Ciao amici and welcome to the iconic San Siro Stadium, the historic home of AC Milan where the Rossoneri legend has been forged throughout the years. Today the San Siro will be opening its doors as we bring you the eFootball Championship 2025 AC Milan Club Finals. Now together we're going to find out which new Rossoneri legends will emerge from the eFootball Championship world. Plus we'll see which dreams of those finalists will be fulfilled as they head to Japan to try and be crowned as world champion. So, andiamo! Let's go in and see what happens.
Today is the day. It's time to fight to represent AC Milan.
Welcome to our club finals.
Die!
Yes, hello and a very warm welcome to you all to the eFootball Championship 2025 AC Milan Club Finals. This is the last round of Konami's open competition, which is brought to you by none other than the Italian giants themselves, AC Milan. I'm Summer Hunter. I'll be here with you throughout the day. And as ever, I'm so very delighted to say that I'm in very good company indeed. My trusted duo of commentary partners, Harry Chan and Alex Alwatil. Ciao!
Ciao!
Buongiorno!
Ciao.
Benvenuti a Italia!
Grazie! Yeah, it's great to be here. I'm working on my Italian. It's great to be here. It's such a historic club as AC Milan. I expect us to have some really close games today in honour of that. These players will have to battle and really put their best foot forward in order to represent what is a club that is just so precious to so many hearts.
Sembra incredibile che ma siamo qua alla fine, la finalissima dell'AC Milan. Yeah, pretty happy, Sembra Harry, to be once and again with you guys. Passion and a unique opportunity to be here at this competition and with all the eyes put it to be lifting the trophy later on. I'll be at the World Finals, so we'll see.
Oh, we're edging ever closer, aren't we? I mean, it is so very exciting to see who is actually going to be headed to Tokyo in just a couple of months now. It really is just around the corner, if you can believe it. We're getting to the business end of the season here. Well, as it relates to the AC Milan Club Finals specifically, why don't we remind you how our finalists actually managed to book a ticket to the competition today. It's actually been spanned out across the last 7 months. There's been 4 rounds of competition that has been taking place online, starting all the way back in November. And here we are today, the offline finals taking place May 14th in situ in Milano, the wonderful city in the north of Italia. And of course, we'll see who it is that will be for mobile and for console booking their place as the representative of the Rossoneri at the World Finals in Tokyo in 2 months' time. So why don't we also then get a quick look at what we've done so far with the players then, shall we? Obviously, we can talk a little bit more about who they are and get stuck into what it is that they can offer. But it's not all just about going to battle, going to blows here. It's also about a little bit of fun as well. So let's see what these players have been up to over the last couple of days.
Hi, my name is Buddha. I'm from Indonesia. I represent Asia East AC Milan Club Final. Pastinya 100% ingin memenangkannya.
My name is Saif. I'm from Jordan. I'm here to represent West Asia at the AC Milan Finals. I don't just play eFootball for working. I am happy always when I am playing eFootball.
こんにちは、和也です。日本出身で AC ミランファイナルでは東アジア代表で出場しています。勝つつもりで練習だったり準備はしてきたので、その練習の成果が出せるように精一杯頑張りたいと思います。
My nickname is Torito. I'm playing for Europe and I'm representing Europe and Africa for AC Milan Finals. I can't wait to compete and try to win the competition. I will try to win this competition because I'm the only one Italian to represent Milan and is an Italian club.
Sou Rafael Mendonça, sou do Brasil, estou representando a América. Para mim é importante estar aqui para representar que não há idade. Eu tenho 34 anos e não tenho idade para tentar um sonho de ir para o Mundial no Japão.
Привіт, я Павло, я з України. Я представляю регіон Європи і Африка у фіналі Мілану. Я думаю, що всі суперники сильні і буде непросто.
Oi, sou Henriquinho, representante do Brasil e das Américas nas finais do Milan. Esse não é um sonho só meu, é de todo mundo. Vamos pra cima.
Akan saya semoga 諦めずに精一杯頑張るので、всім гравцям удачі і хорошої гри.
Well, I don't expect them to be playing nice very soon. Obviously, things should heat up quite a bit and get a little bit spicy then because so much is on the line and there's so much at stake here. It's not just about the trophy, it is about being crowned world champion at some point very soon indeed. Talking about that, we are here for yet another offline event, which is always so much fun. I think we all prefer it to be that way, right? But there really isn't that many opportunities left. We've already had 4 club final events. There's 2 more, including for today. I mean, this is last chance saloon.
It is. It's getting to that point, isn't it? And when you consider, we always say it's musical chairs, and you want to be sitting in a chair when that music stops. This is, as you say, one of those last chances, and this qualification campaign has been 7 months now, you rightly said, started all the way back at the end of November. So these players would have been chomping at the bit, they would have been waiting anxiously to get the chance here at this live event environment, and I think it's what everyone prefers. We'd rather see them, see the emotion and the jubilation with them.
Well, good thing you already sat in your chair then.
Just about, yeah, just about.
Yeah, but definitely, no. We always say, no, football is all about to approach your chances. For some of them, are not the first one having an appearance in the club event finals. But even with that, no, we have legends of the video game of eFootball. But then to the competition, we have a former world finalist, and we have potentially world title contenders today. So the one living the day today, representing AC Milan, will be, well, a really interesting player to take a look at the World Finals later on.
We really do have la creme de la creme here, don't we? And by the sounds of it, this actually could be one of the most hotly contested competitions that we've had so far, given the pedigree of who's actually involved. Speaking of which, why don't we go ahead and take you through each of our finalists. We can start with those who will be playing on the mobile platform. We have in representation of Western Asia, he is the regional runner-up from there. He hails from Indonesia, Huda. Then from Ukraine, it's Pasha, who is the regional winner of Europe and Africa. And last but not least, Mendonça, who has traveled all the way across the Atlantic from Brazil. He is the winner of the Americas region as well. So let's go through each one of these players one by one then, and you can tell us a little bit more about what we should know and what it is they can bring to the party. Huda is someone that you already know quite well, having spent quite a lot of time over in Indonesia.
Yeah, we were sharing gaming house together, and you know, RQ Huda, no, we see on the screen, just 21 years old, is another Indonesian super talent appearances here at the club events. We saw him at the Arsenal final. Wasn't that this scenario, the result he was expecting for, and then coming up once and again for AC Milan, potentially one of the favorites for today. He had experience at that 21 years old, but he has competed a lot of time offline, and I think that gives you an extra, no? When we come to this scenario, facing your opponent in front of it, you know, that tension, that pressure that you can feel over yourself, I think you can manage very well with that experience. And Huda, I think all the Garuda rooting for him at home will be sensational to see him, well, at his level, no? Because sometimes we feel that at this stage it's really difficult, no, to perform how you normally do.
And if I'm not mistaken, this is the first time we have a representative of Ukraine, right? Pasha?
I think you're right about that. Yeah, he has the chance to make history at such a young age. 14 years of age for this young Ukrainian. I think it's great to hear from him in the video saying, it won't be easy to win versus me, because sometimes people are just here for the experience. They're kind of expecting to be rolled over. But honestly, I feel like there is a chance, considering he is a relative unknown, it could play to his advantage. You have to remember, this is his continent as well. You have Huda from Indonesia. It's going to be quite a far away to travel from. I mean, we've just said how far away Brazil is across the Atlantic. So there's a real chance here for Pasha, despite his age, despite everything else, to go on and make history here.
What about Mendonça? Somebody we've seen before. And
Yeah, that's a few weeks ago.
Yeah, just not too long ago, indeed.
And a different story, no? Offline, here at Milano, and probably, the guy coming sharp in terms of confidence. I think that experience not that much time ago will make an impact on his gameplay today. It will be tough for sure, but I think this guy has the passion and the confidence to make it from Brazil, no? To make it Brazima, as they usually do. And we'll see, no? I think it's a community that gives you the power to reach this level, this competition in a very high level. Everyone there is really top player back in Brazil. So we'll see. At this level, it's all about how they are able to get used to the new team, different squad, different coach. So if that suits to your gameplay or not. So we'll see in a few moments if that for Mendonça, because he have a really top and unique opportunity being Milan. And why not? Be at the World Finals. That's the goal.
Of course. Well, let's switch gears then and move over to the console platform, walk you through the 4 finalists that we have going to battle for today for that one hot seat that will take them to Japan. We have from Japan, speaking of which, Kazuya, who is the regional winner of the qualifier from Eastern Asia, then from Jordan, Al-Hacker, somebody I'm sure you're familiar with, who is the regional winner of Western Asia, Torito. Earlier, Alex had mentioned legends of the game. He certainly is one of those, and he's playing on home soil today as the winner of Europe and the Africa regional champion. Then, of course, from Brazil, another one for you, Henriquinho, who is the regional winner of the Americas. So why don't we start with you, Harry? What can you tell us about the Japanese youngster?
Yeah, Kazuya is his first final club event appearance this season. Is a relative new face to the international scene, but let me tell you, this region, it's really difficult to qualify through. You think about the type of players we have over in Japan at the moment. They are so strong, and all you have to do is glance at some of the players already qualified for the World Finals, Axe and Tess. So 2 out of the 4 world finalists we have already qualified are from Japan. So sleep on this man at your peril. I expect him to really bring that unorthodox Japanese play style to this AC Milan finals.
And Al-Hacker from Jordan.
Oh, one of those names that have emerged so far in the recently time. This guy came with everything on his gameplay, confidence, mentality to win today. We saw him losing that final, that dramatic final versus DRX Tess back in FC Barcelona final early this year. And I think that was a great lesson for him to face this opportunity in the better way. No? And for sure, I mean, we saw him recently winning other competition, and he's going with one clear goal, Harry, is show us why he wants to be world champion one day. So we'll see. Pretty interesting. Now, Saif Al-Hacker is one of the men worldwide in eFootball right now.
One of the names, absolutely, to pay attention to, Henriquinho. I feel like we should call you Harryquinho, by the way.
I like
Sounds
that.
good,
It's got a nice ring to it, actually. Yeah, I've always wanted a bit of a nickname. But let me tell you, 24 years old is Henriquinho, but 4-time Brazilian champion. That is impressive in and of itself. Again, think of the players that are coming from that region that you have to best in order to obtain those types of achievements. And interestingly enough, I know we're going to touch on Torito in just a moment, but those two actually met in the World Finals, I believe you were saying, Alex, in 2018. So a bit of a rematch there. They haven't played each other since. Has had some notable scouts on the way here, of course, beat Isco in round 4, as well as Futi Fasil to qualify for this AC Milan finals. So yeah, Henriquinho, another one that really is just so strong and deserves his place at this final.
But perhaps none stronger than your former teammate, your friend, your former competitor as well. How long do we have for this intro, quite honestly?
No, definitely. If we talk about the Torito, everyone worldwide, when you look about eSport in eFootball, they recognize that name. This guy is all about be the best from so long ago. No, he was a world finalist when he was 13 years old back in 2010.
Wow.
He was runner-up that day. The year after, become world champion for first time in 2011. And from that day till now, he's a legend. No,
That's 14 years. Jeez.
No,
That's
he's a
crazy.
genius. He's a genius of this video game, and he's still battling with the new generation coming up with eFootball. So it's pretty impressive. Like 8 times world finalist, and from those 8 times, he was world champion twice. 4 times he lost the grand final.
Wow.
And it's simply sensational. No? So if this man reach again his 9th appearance at the World Finals, he will be, the favorite for sure. I mean, it's great to know he's back after a lot of years. First time we saw him in our finals, in the club event finals. We don't know at much what is his actual level in terms of engagement with the gameplay, with the AC Milan, but for sure, having a Torito here, it makes way more better the competition. So everyone will be looking for him to see, if it's the old Torito that was smashing everyone worldwide, and that's impressive. So yeah, looking forward. Then becomes friends after that period with Broken Salim, being world champions together on co-op, and then playing for FC Barcelona together the last time period in 2023. This guy has everything to become the champion, but in front, Harry, Sembra, Enriquinho, Saif, why not? Another Japanese at the World Finals. It will be tough. For sure.
It will be very tough indeed. But knowing you, I bet you have some insight that you're holding out on. You're not sharing all of the information. No, save it for commentary.
I love to talk with the players, the training were happening,
taking
some notes.
So incredibly well. You guys are so incredibly close that I know that you've got more to say about him and his gameplay that you're just not sharing with us just yet. Nonetheless, let's go ahead and see when everybody is going to be in action for today. As ever, mobile and console, both of their group stage matches are going to be played at the same time in parallel. So we do only have the opportunity to show you one match at a time, available live on stream. This is the order of play in which you'll be able to watch on our platform. Up first, it's going to be for mobile, Mendonça taking on Huda, followed by another mobile match, which is Pasha lining up against Huda as well. Then we switch over to console to see how things are going over in that group. Kazuya will be taking on Etorito in the 3rd fixture of the day, followed by Al Hacker and Henriquinho. Then we switch back to mobile for fixture number 5, which is Mendonça taking on Pasha. Then last but not least, for the group stage, we have a console fixture between Al Hacker and Etorito. So as we were saying, a lot of these guys were competing, but online. They weren't necessarily here live in the flesh, looking their opponents in the eyes, feeling the tension, feeling the excitement, feeling those nerves. It's a very different story.
It is because that extra pressure, be outside your comfort zone, in a different city, in a different country, everything affects you, from the hotel room, from the food, from the lights, it gives you a different vibe, and not every player, we have proved many players that online could be the best in the world, and then coming up to this scenario, they are not that sharp as usually be.
It's a different level of skills, I feel like, that comes into it when you come into this type of environment. Some players need the perfect environment. They need those soundproof headphones. They need the temperature to just be right. They need the weather,
the gaming chair.
Whatever it is, you need to put everything else aside and get it done here. And those are the types of players that, if you're gonna beat the likes of Saif, Al Hacker, Etorito, and compete at this level, you have to be one of those that can shut out all of the external noise and get it done on the day.
Okay.
Definitely.
Well, speaking of getting it done, we have a little bit of homework for you all to do as well. Make sure you collect your 500 eFootball points. The way you can do so is by clicking on the banner, which is in-game. It will be available for you right now. This is exactly what you need to do, and make sure that you bag those 500 eFootball points, because you don't want to miss out on this incredible opportunity. And as ever, we want you to stay up to date on all of the latest news as it pertains to the game itself, as it pertains to our competitions, or anything else that you just want to know about the eFootball universe. You can do so by following us and taking a look across all of our social media platforms. So guys, ready to go? Ready to rock and roll?
Please,
yes, absolutely.
Please.
Absolutely.
Okay, then will help me in putting it together for our first matchup of the day. It's going to be Mendonça against Huda.
Oi, sou Rafael Mendonça, sou do Brasil e estou representando a América.
Hi, my name is Buddha. I'm from Indonesia. I represent Asia East AC Milan Club Finals.
Para mim é importante estar aqui para representar que não há idade. Igual eu tenho 34 anos e não tenho idade para tentar um sonho de ir para o Mundial no Japão. Para mim, jogar futebol é como se fosse um refúgio para um descanso, para sair da rotina.
Perasaan saya di San Siro ini sangat bangga pastinya, sangat senang bisa berada di sini.
Eu não penso que tem rival fraco aqui, né? Então, todos são fortes. Se estão aqui, são fortes.
Perasaan saya campur aduk, bisa senang, bisa sedih, bisa berantakan, bisa emosi.
A última mensagem, eu quero que todos do Brasil estejam torcendo por mim, da comunidade mobile, e que eu consiga vencer.
Doakan saya semoga bisa menjuarai di klub final event AC Milan dan bisa pergi ke Tokyo.
That we always like to see, taking the hot seat here to kick off the AC Milan Club Event Finals. Qualification campaign, by the way, started all the way back in November. It is going to be Huda, who is on your screen currently, against Mendonça. What's interesting, Alex, is seeing these two go up against each other first, because I believe they've both been at club event finals this season already. As you said earlier, Mendonça just a few weeks ago got very, very close at the Bayern finals, losing in the grand final just 1-0. And then Huda as well, all the way back at the Arsenal club event finals in the group stages. Feels like almost a lifetime ago now. They both have another chance here. The question is, which one of these two looks the favourite going in?
Well, difficult to know from this moment, but the reality is that looking at how this scenario is, being in a group of three, this match feels like a final, no? I think the one leaving game one with 3 points is a massive impact to get into the grand final. But everything can happen now. At the end of the day, first game, as we saw, they are quite cold already. Not that, you know, that will be, with the pass of the time, getting better and better. Two different mentalities, the passion of Brazilian and you know, the calm of the Huda, but we'll see his hands start to be sweating so much, and that's things that happen. No, it's completely different scenario compared to console later on. And now with your finger, you need to be, you know, with the perfect humidity of them to not to make any wrong angle directions misclick in game. You know, but the overall pretty excited to start the competition with such a big match.
It's a big match, not only because, as you said, 3 players in this group, every single match you will play. If you come away with any form of points, you're putting yourself in a decent position moving forward. But also, it's the first match of the day. So Mendonça and Huda, they need to be on their A game. Who will start strongest between these two? We are just moments away from finding that out. Interesting to note, Alex, 34 years of age is Mendonça. He said in the video, there is no age too old to go to the World Finals, so that's fantastic. But there's a 13-year age disparity between the two. Huda, 21 years old. A lot of experience comes into it when you think of age differences. Huda, coming from a hotbed of talent in Indonesia, no doubt will have had reps against some of the best players out there, the likes of Dennis Bernard, Philip Frank, coming from that region as well.
A lot, yeah.
So many strong players. Do you think age and life experience between the two could well be the turning point in this match?
Yeah, definitely. In terms of offline experiences, he's the one with the most appearances so far. but not at this level. So, you know, you never know how will carry on this opportunity. At the end, he's still young. So, you know, maybe the cameras, maybe the pressure to see everyone rooting from you from home could make you an impact. And at the end of the day, in eFootball Mobile, if you don't start strong, taking the initiative, taking the lead, it's not the perfect scenario. So we'll see. We are about to see tactics and formation. This is what we want the most. 5 center backs, 5-2-1-2 for Huda, and pretty much the same for Mendonça, which with a different view, more widely formation with that Rafael Leao as a left winger.
It's that midfield, isn't it, Alex, that's the difference? Yeah,
and especially possession for Mendonça, which is the biggest affinity of the coach Sergio Conceição, which is 72 points, versus the quick counter, which is a bit weaker, let's say, but you know, is the main game style in eFootball. So it's all about try the new thing, which is the possession, or go for it with your comfort zone, which is quick counter. Will be pretty interesting, especially for Huda. This man, the AMEF, love to check with those whole player running forward to be almost as a third striker will be the key for Huda. And yeah, for Mendonça, try to defend Huda and use those wingers and try maybe a cross or something else, take the lead and park the bus. We'll see.
Well, there has been a few Loftus-Cheek player items in the game, so it will be interesting to see who favours which player item across the board. That's a conversation we'll be able to have throughout the show and tournament today. But the moment you've all been waiting for is now here. It is the AC Milan Club Event Championship Finals of 2025. 2 spots to be decided today across mobile and console for the World Finals, held in Tokyo in just a couple of months' time now. It's going to be a very important factor to start off quickly, and it is Mendonça here who is on the defensive early, I believe, Alex.
Yeah, take a love to check. Even he has a great position, great role into the team. His passing is not the best. Rafael Leao, Huda!
Oh, that's a perfect start!
Indonesia leading RQ Huda. Easy pass with the finesse dribbling, opening the angle a little bit, plus that double touch and the wonderful finesse. Impossible for the keeper, impossible for Mendonça. And now how to react. Quite passive the way to defend the first appearance, the first chance, sorry. But really, really important one for Huda.
You almost can't stand off this AC Milan front line with players like this that can pull off such sumptuous finishes, even on mobile. Have to try and stick tight to them. The double touch affords the space to him, and
look,
no
this
surprise.
is what happens at this level. When your plan A doesn't work, now Mendonça has to change formation, go forward a little bit, adding more players to the attack, and it's now going to appear João Felix, the Portuguese, as a SS right behind these two strikers, and most likely he will wait the round forward for the fullbacks. No wingers anymore for Mendonça. Here we go, kickoff for him, one goal down, and seems having some doubts in his gameplay, and it's Huda again going forward. Harry, and we'll see this action.
Well, it's almost a carbon copy of the start of the match for Mendonça, losing possession straight away. Huda will be hoping he can capitalise, but Mendonça now in possession on this near side. Here is the Portuguese man you rightly pointed out. But defensively, AC Milan really, really strong as well. Kyle Walker, plenty of space, so pace as well down this near side. He's on the ball now.
Especially this right side with Kyle Walker and Theo is really, really strong. No? Theo is a really complete defender with mostly all the skill ability. Now the mistake.
Oh, big mistake.
Mendonça! Oh my goodness! He manually put Theo right away to block the shot. That was smart, but big mistake, Harry. That could cost him a goal.
Both players making mistakes here early on. Arsens Tamori down the road there with that skill move. Royale.
Theo Hernandez.
Couldn't quite find Hernandez at the first time of asking. Here's Fofana. Reinders. Has a couple of men pressing him here, but Loftus-Cheek is that player that you pointed out could
Look
be a
at that
difference
dribbling.
maker. That's some nice footwork
It's really
and a nice
difficult
finesse as well on the half-hour mark.
because Mendoza is putting two defensive midfielders right there, so there is no room to move around. But even with that, Huda is somehow finding solution. Pretty impressive. As we see, Indonesian guy dominates all the resources from the gameplay. Look at that finesse dribbling just to make him move out of position. Rafa Leao, the pass. Tammy Abraham. Pavlov is still on the chance for Huda.
The finesse finish as well.
Indonesia again. RQ Huda this time with Tammy Abraham catching that rebound. We saw Mendoza wasn't able to really clear it properly. I want to use the ball in the right position, Harry. There is not that much to do. 2-0. And that's a massive goal, for sure.
It's a big, big goal, and I think Mendoza will be quite disappointed with how many mistakes, forced or otherwise, he's conceded here. Visible frustration on his face, but Tammy Abraham, he gets chances like that, he will eat them up all day. Latest goal, I should say.
Oh, look at the
comes
mistake.
by way of Huda, and he's here through again with the man who just scored, trying to make it two! He does!
Oh, what a class.
He does make it two for the Englishman.
That's
And 5 minutes from half-time. It is now Huda 3, Mendoza 0.
Well, getting into details, even if it was a little bit unfortunate for Mendoza, but charging down stunning shot, but then cancel it and leave behind the goalkeeper, an easy finesse to score the third goal of the match. 3-0 for RQ Huda. And it's not that easy, no? You have to remember, differently than on console, there is no manual goalkeeper, so there is the solution to avoid that blocking for the goalie. Wonderful done. 3-0 RQ Huda, and Indonesian guy does no surprisings on this start of the competition, and it's Mendoza now who needs to find out something else, no, Harry? In terms of gameplay, he can't defend any single action from Huda, and we see now if attacking, he can have his first one.
Far side, there's that purple power bar that we associate, of course, with those stunning inputs. But Manyan always going to match that, and I think this will be the last action on our screens of the first half, and it's the man on a hat-trick at the moment, Tammy Abraham, trying to find Leao. But the first half is in the books, and it is Huda 3 and Mendoza 0. One of the most clinical performances I think I've seen in a first half of eFootball Mobile.
All members of the crowd, I'd like to ask you to join me in wishing
it went too fast for us as well. I think for the same for people at home, 3 goals, and almost the feeling that unstoppable, no? Huda for the moment, any action, big mistake on both sides, but it's really Mendoza having a hard time, no, right now. In gameplay, attacking, defending, and yeah, somehow he needs to find solution. Sometimes more the feeling with the gameplay rather than the tactic itself. So I think he needs to work on that, because if he's not in this game, he will have a last chance against the Ukrainian Pasha later on. So we'll see.
Well, it's an ideal beginning of the club event finals for Huda, because he does remain on the stage after this as his next game, his final group stage game.
That's positive, eh?
Straight away. So, as you say, it's a positive start for Huda in the driver's seat. Still a second half of eFootball Mobile to play. Mendoza in the home strip of the Rossoneri, defending this kickoff, the second half.
I love the pace.
Cheek here, just pressuring that defence, moving that line up, but a little bit too early. Was the pass or the run? We're not sure. But a bit of a let-off there to begin the second half of Mendoza. He needs things to start going his way, Alex.
Huda has the feeling that he doesn't need to run that much to go through, and he just moving the ball from the left to right, dragging opponent out of position is enough for him to overcome Mendoza defenders. But we'll see. Different scenario. We asked for more for the Brazilian. We need to react, and now
here it is.
Could be the chance. The through ball.
Oh, he's still on.
Still on will be Mendoza.
Can he get one back? He can.
Yeah, back on track.
Game on. A wonderful goal. scored by Tammy Abraham. Still had so much to do when he won the ball back. That makes it Huda 3, Mendonça 1. Just 2 goals to try and claw back here in the second half.
We clearly see they both are having a hard time defending. Pavlovic wasn't able to clear that ball, and it's Tammy Abraham this time for Mendonça catching that one, and with not the best finesse, putting it on the net. 3-1, and that was really, really necessary for the Brazilian, which now can breathe a little bit and going for the match and have the feeling that also his opponent is struggling at the back.
Well, I think that will be quite a big relief for Mendonça, obviously conceding quite early on. Immediately swapped his formation. I think that will just be a bit of a psychological reinforcement for him, knowing that, okay, I was right to adjust my tactics so early on. This is a nice over-the-top through ball. Will Leao get there first? He won't. In the end, the touchline wins out that time.
Yeah, maybe they will need to make some substitutions. We see, not for the moment. Look at the positioning of the left back, Theo Hernandez, that joins the attack in a wonderful way with a through pass.
Oh, that's
Gianni
nice.
Reinders, look at the spot, the cross, Rafa Leao!
Oh, there he is!
Easy peasy, huge again. A wonderful one.
Get used to seeing that name today. Rafael Leao gets on the end of the cross. Really nice steadying of himself there from Huda. Just as we said, it was psychologically reinforcing Mendonça after he scores. Huda getting one back almost immediately will just be reassuring for the man all the way from Indonesia. 4-1.
Really necessary goal, just to say this game one is for me, because once and again 3 goals up seems to be almost, or let's say really, really difficult to turn over the table for Mendonça, which now going to substitution with Christian Pulisic to AMF right behind.
Still staying with his 5 at the back, it looks like. Alex, do you think maybe moves away from that kind of full-back formation at this point?
This is like football, it is. No, when you are leading, everything seems perfect. When you are losing, you start to switch formation, expecting something else, but sometimes it's you and your opponent. No? And somehow is Huda way better into the game. Let's see the last part of the game, how it goes. Because this seems really positive for the man from Indonesia.
It does indeed, and he's won the ball back. 4-1. Huda leads. And what a show opener. He's maybe having a bit of a missed input there, going for the stunning strike. Maybe saw something that we didn't up here in the commentary booth. But just 20 minutes, 15 in-game minutes now. That's how quickly the mobile clock runs in the top left-hand of your screens between Huda and a fantastic 3 points that would all but secure himself a grand final spot later on today. He wants to have the cherry on the cake here with another, a 5th goal. But as you said, too much there, dancing in and around the box. 10 minutes to go. Royale near side here for Huda. He looks impressive. Trying to find Leao.
Finally, it took some time to Mendonça to regain the ball, and now quickly missing that another pass, and is giving so much room to Huda to move the ball to left to right, taking his time to build up his play, and that seems to be so difficult for the Brazilian, which now go forward, but not once again losing the ball.
Chance here for a 5th as the 90th minute looms. That's a nice attempt at a through ball towards Royale. He will be rewarded with a corner kick near side to end the game, essentially. It'll be Theo Hernandez, will it, to swing this one in towards the front post.
Minute has been indicated.
4 minutes added on, and this one is all but a formality. 3 points will be going to Huda. Is there a consolation with this last break here for Mendonça? Leao cannot get there before Magnan, and that is the full-time whistle. Except it isn't.
Offside,
it's offside.
Still on. But yeah, it's practically over for this game, one that will emerge with 3 points for Huda, for the Indonesian, that will put in a perfect scenario to get through the grand final later on. GG, boys.
GG, well played indeed. Huda takes the 3 points in match number 1. The referee finally blew the full-time whistle following that offside. But what a performance by that man on your screen. AC Milan Club event finalist by way of Indonesia. Huda with 3 points against Mendonça. Well, here we go. You can see the statistics on your screen just before we look at some of Huda's handiwork there. 6 shots and 6 on target for Huda. Really clinical.
No, definitely the stat doesn't lie. At the end, we saw the superiority for Huda from the very beginning. We saw that moment when Mendonça, made that extra little pressure over him, but not enough. And yeah, Mendonça has a lot to do if he want to be in the grand final later on, Harry. That's the truth.
Indeed it does. Here's where it started in just the 10th minute of the match. Really nice footwork by Rafael Leao. Again, get used to hearing that name here today. As Huda storms into a lead. It was the ideal start for him. There were chances though for Mendonça. I think he'll be ruining the fact he couldn't tuck this one away. That would have equalised it, but then at the other end it was Tammy Abraham staying alive to it, and really nice controlled finish to give that 2-goal cushion 10 minutes from half-time. And of course, following that Tammy Abraham goal, which put Huda in a really commanding position, we saw even more from the Indonesian, of course, our Western Asia runner-up. This was a mistake, almost carbon copy of how the first, or rather the second goal went in for him. Pouncing on a mistake, and it is, again, Tammy Abraham with the tidy finishing. That made it 3-0 before half-time. And you can see exactly Mendonça realising he was almost beating himself at that stage. Just too many mistakes. Into the second half we went, and Tammy Abraham was the intended recipient of that through pass, stayed alive to it, and the defender couldn't recover his own mistake. And that time for Mendonça, it looked like, okay, well, if the second half goes your way, there's a chance of salvaging some points. But it was this Reinders cross into the grateful and waiting feet of that man, Rafael Leao, scoring his second for Huda, and it will be Semra 3 points to the Garuda Warrior there on the stage. What a great performance from him.
It certainly was a great performance, and I tell you what, I mean, that's certainly one way to come out swinging and telling the world what you're capable of. It's been a brilliant start of the day for Huda, who's going to be in action again straight away after this. He's now with Alex. We can go ahead and get his thoughts as to starting off on such a fine foot.
Well, here we are with RRQ Huda. First 3 point of the day. Congratulations. How does that feel?
Perasaannya pastinya sangat senang, apalagi match pertama pasti match pembukaan yang sangat sulit.
It's a very difficult one because the first match is a very important match. But yeah, I finally success to move to the second match.
Well, now with the new scenario, 1 game left for you. Is there anything you have prepared, or your actual gameplay is everything you can show us today?
Apa strategi untuk game kedua?
Strategi game kedua pastinya ya kurang lebih sama aja. Yang penting jangan membuat kesalahan yang fatal kayak tadi.
I will use the same strategy in the first match, just to focus not to make some mistakes like in the previous match.
Well, it's good to know. RQ Huda looking good today, and why not be into the grand final later on? So we'll see. Best of luck on game 2. See you now.
He certainly is well poised to already get into the final for today. He's got 1 foot in, there's no question about that. He talks about not wanting to make any more mistakes or learning from mistakes, but he put on a pretty near perfect performance to his credit. But I tell you what, that's the pursuit of excellence, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I think that's about as perfect as you can get from a first game of the group stages, especially a group of 3. You're now giving yourself healthy goal difference, and most importantly, 3 points to your name. That is so valuable in such a tight group in terms of personnel numbers alone.
Well, talking about points, take a look at what we've got on our screens right now, because over in console, Al-Hacker and Kazuya were up first. You can see that both of them managed to score 2 goals in their match. It ended in a draw and a share of the points. So looking like it could be very tight over in the world of console today.
Indeed it does, and I'll tell you what, that is a valuable point against Saif Al-Hacker for Kazuya. That is very difficult to do. Saif Al-Hacker, one of the best players for my money in the world. He is up and coming and then some. So the fact you're able to, as
hold him to a draw, really.
On paper, be the more relative unknown player in this group, as you say, hold him to a draw. That now puts, I think, Kazuya on the map a little bit. I'm looking forward to seeing some of his games later on.
And he's also done the likes of Etorito and Henriquinho a really big favour there as well, too. So we'll see how that one pans out. But going back to what we have right immediately in front of us, Pasha, 14 years old, we said, so incredibly young. We've seen young talents actually blossom and shine on this stage, really rather fearless. But after what he probably just saw Huda capable of doing, I mean, what do you make of what's to come?
Well, expect a lot. I mean, just to enjoy, but basically enjoy the opportunity, the experience. He's facing one of the best, or not the best, players around the world today, and I think this opportunity, it gives you a prospect of how esports can change your life, and I hope to have him more and more times evolve into the esports competition or eFootball. Because at the end of the day, you know, I'm talking about myself, esports changed my life, so why not to him in the future? I hope so.
What kind of match in particular do you think we're going to see here? Because we obviously know Huda's game, which is to just go guns blazing, go for it, take shots on goal, and actually be quite efficient and effective at it. But from Pasha, what might we expect to see, based on what you know of him, let's say?
And that is not a whole lot, but based on...
Okay, sorry to put you on the spot there,
based
then.
on his young age, though, the way I would approach this is knowing that this is essentially a free hit for him. You look at the result that's just gone in, he would have been watching this backstage, he would have known exactly the type of result that just transpired. He knows it's likely going to be a big match later on against Mendonça that will seal both of their fate, essentially. So if you win here against Huda, fantastic. You put yourself in the driver's seat. That's really just incredible and phenomenal work. But even if you come away with a point, it's really just an opportunity for him, Pasha, to introduce himself in this next game. And I'm looking forward to him kind of laying down a marker and saying, hey, look at me. It might be 14, but I've got a big future ahead of me.
And 14 years from now, he could be the next Etorito. So, you know, exactly. I mean, look at how his career panned out for him. Okay, well, it is go time then. Let's see how Pasha does against the very strong, indeed, Huda.
Привіт, я Павло, я з України. Я представляю регіон Європи і Африка у фіналі Мілану.
Hi, my name is Buddha. I'm from Indonesia. I represent Asia East AC Milan Club Finals.
Я думаю, що всі суперники сильні і буде непросто. У футбол я граю вже 3 роки.
Perasaan saya di San Siro ini sangat bangga pastinya, sangat senang bisa berada di sini.
Улюблений вертається клубу це Мін'ян, захисник Тео Ернандес, півзахисник Рендерс і нападаючий Пулішич.
Gameplay saya bisa saja tiki-taka, bisa counter attack, ya bisa semuanya lah. Pastinya semua lawan terberat ya, yang nyampai di sini tidak mungkin lawan yang gampang-gampang. Main goal saya adalah pastinya ingin juara dan mempresentasikan AC Milan di ajang Piala Dunia di Jepang.
Бажаю всім гравцям удачі і хорошої гри.
But out the tunnel they come, and into the hot seats they go. 14 years of age, Alex. He's going to hear us say that for a very, very long time, but this is increasingly providing us and proving to us that this can be a young man's e-sport. I mean, you look at Etorito, as you rightly mentioned. I mean, 13 years of age was his first World Finals appearance.
Yeah, yep.
You have to look at the likes of Zilo, Ostri, doing all of their incredible...
I wasn't even playing rankings at that time when I was 14, you know?
You know what's even crazier? In the video, we heard Pasha say, I've been playing eFootball for 3 years now. He started at age 11.
That's crazy. I mean, nowadays it's more and more common, no? I think nowadays it's more usual to see new talents coming out that early because esports can be your lifetime opportunity, no, to grow as professionally as well. Why not? Back in the days were more difficult, no? It was just experiences and just to, you know, enjoy it, your passion. But nowadays, why not? Especially coming from Ukraine, being here in Milano, in such a big opportunity experience, watching the game at San Siro, meeting the players. That's huge, Harry. Today, well, facing Huda, which seems to be on top form right now.
He does indeed. He looks very, very tricky. As we've seen in match number 1, already holds 3 points and a positive 3 goal difference to his name. So in the same way it's a free hit for Pasha to introduce himself, Huda is very, very comfortable in terms of the group standings entering this one. I know Pasha will hate us going on about his age, but I just want to cast your mind back to Old Trafford, where we had Jamon, of course, from Thailand, 14 years of age there. He really came out and proved that he was an impressive player to keep tabs on going into the future. Unfortunately there, couldn't make history, fell in the grand final against Goo Games. There's a chance here for Pasha to do something very, very special. He would have been watching that club event finals where Jamon came so close to making history but fell by the wayside. Do you think he will be taking that, knowing that history wasn't made on that day, and thinking, you know what, this is my opportunity to say, I want to be written in the history books. This is his chance.
It's difficult to predict. Actually, the odds is against him, especially facing a player who has played before, right before. That's an extra that he would have that definitely Pasha won't. So I will say the first instances of the game, the first 30 minutes will be crucial for Pasha to not to concede a goal, because I believe it will, when he will start to feel better and better, more confident with the gameplay. And on the other hand, Huda, that will as strong as he did from game 1. And we'll see. I mean, at this scenario, eFootball Mobile is quite new in terms of esports. We haven't seen the perfect player already. So here we go. It's time to go, Harry. Game 2.
Match number 2, as you can see, warming up. It's almost time to take it out of the oven, and kickoff is now well and truly underway. It is Huda against Pasha here in match number 2. Huda has had a dream start. He's defending here early on though against the young Ukrainian. It will be Huda in that changed strip, and Pasha will be in the AC Milan home strip, winning the ball back there with Kyle Walker. Some nice build-up play from him here. You can see that match number 1 ended 4-1 in favour of Huda, but
we had room for a cross. No.
Pasha is starting.
Samu Chukwueze, love to see him. He's so fast, really fluid in terms of dribbling, speed, but he can only play as a right forward. So we'll see if that will be more useful for the rest of the players today, and especially for the moment, yes, so far for Pasha, which is giving a great expression of himself. No, not in being pressed, let's say, by Huda, going forward quickly with confidence. Love what I see now for the young Ukrainian.
I think one thing we saw that Huda perhaps won't see here in this match was a lot of mistakes from Mendonça. I think Pasha will be saying to himself, just don't make those mistakes. And in fact, it's the mistakes coming from Huda. There's a chance here for Pasha to open our scoring in match number 2. It will be a corner.
And look at the feeling, and he's overcoming the defenders of Huda really easily. It is when it's the most important, no? The last step, the last dribbling, the last fake shot, finishing, what matters. But great start by Pasha. Let's see if he has something special now for this action, the set pieces. Samu Chukwueze, left foot, direct, looking for Rafael Leao. Deflected by the other Leao.
On the other side.
That's it.
Not sure how much he knew about that one at the near post, but
once again,
it will be, as you say, once again, no doubt we'll go for a similar kind of tactic here, the in-swinger.
I think he don't play short, or yes? He's going for it.
Once again, in towards Reinders. It's a bit chaotic in there. Couldn't quite cancel the input. And as you say, finally cleared away from Huda. But it will come right back at him here. Far side this time. Christian Pulisic has lots of space to try and run, but tackled and run into traffic in the end.
And that could be the very first one for Huda now with such superiority with the right-hand side. Emerson Royal looking for the pass, the fake shot, the standing, the cross. Many things at the same time.
Just defeated himself in the end there. Wasn't too sure what to do with the ball.
If you see the purple line, you need to go to block it, but then fake shot. Another chance for Pasha.
Chukwueze gets his strike away finally, but it just goes agonisingly wide. No one on the end of it. And 10 minutes to go until half-time.
Yeah, that shot from the defender for Theo Hernandez in the last moment makes that shot not that accurate as Pasha was expecting. But finalizing a chance is pretty positive. At the end of the day, we always look for the 100% scenario to score your chances. But at this level, Harry, it's not possible. Great recovery. It's Dami Abraham. But no, Theo. Now the mistake, the clear. And surprisingly, seeing not the same version for Huda, Harry, with some doubts.
You read my mind, Alex.
Insecurity, you know?
It was almost a mirror image of what was the beneficiary for him in that match number 1. Mendonça making all the mistakes, a lot of forced and unforced errors. This time it's Huda that is making those mistakes, and Pasha in the first half alone has had the better opportunities.
Definitely. Even if a draw is still positive for Huda to go through the grand final, I will say it's not the perfect scenario, not going for the draw. And let's see. Once again, Reinders.
Tackle.
Pasha being really comfortable to defend Huda.
And over far side, it's Christian Pulisic into stoppage time at the end of the first half. It's Leao!
Oh, I
see! Into the back of the net. Player of the week, Rafael Leao, on the stroke of half-time, makes it Pasha 1, Huda 0. Wow.
He was knocking the door, Harry. He was knocking the door so many times. Right before the half-time, the main striker, the main player, Rafael Leao, putting it into the net after that dramatic 2 times to hitting the post, but finally went in. And he was looking forward, and it's the young Ukrainian shocking Huda in this first part of the game.
Look at that. Cool, calm and collected. And the referee just blew the whistle for half-time. And just looking at the statistics alone, you can't say that that goal was undeserved from Pasha, because he was, as you said, knocking on that door.
Yeah, definitely. That 4-4-2 formation of Pasha is completely blocking the runs for the fullbacks of Huda. Doesn't let him play widely as he wanted. And play by the center is completely no room for him. But now he's trying, love to cheat. Rafael Leao, the shot! The post! The second chance! This will be the goal! No!
Just won't go in for Huda.
Great clear.
The fans behind that goal.
That kick-off, wow,
have
that's
had
explosive.
some action to watch. As that right-hand side of your screen has been...
It took so long.
Attacked, and Tammy Abraham can't get in front of the defender there. Out of play. And for a throw-in towards Huda.
He's definitely going for the game. Huda now more aggressive with that pressure, putting it over Pasha, and now needs to, you know, defend himself as much as he can. He needs to save the score. A potential victory will put him in a perfect scenario to face the last match of the tournament of the group here in Mobile.
Well, finally, to start the second half, Pasha's back in possession of the ball. It's always important that you survive that first flurry of attacks as your opponent gets the ball to start.
Oh, this will be a nice one.
Second period of play. Here's Pulisic into the feet of Leao, turns nicely, finds Tammy Abraham, tries to return the favour, but as you say, that defender there able to get that one up the pitch and towards Emerson Royale now. Near side into Abraham. Loftus-Cheek, his countryman. They're combining 1-2. Leao was waiting. Abraham's still alive here for Huda. Reinders.
Nice. I love to see different that speed, you know, to switch cursor properly from Pasha. But look at the pressure. Huda is going for the equalizer. That will put automatically into the grand final. He needs that.
What a great victory it would be for Pasha if he can hold on. That's what he's aiming to do. Has to defend this attack though. Leao, Loftus-Cheek, nice footwork. Just runs into traffic and cleared up the pitch nicely by Pasha. 15 minutes to go.
Substitutions. Look at the stamina, completely empty for Pasha. Joao Felix, Luka Jovic, Jimenez, and same for Huda, no Jimenez, Joao Felix, Christian Pulisic as AMF, and some new fullbacks to run over and join the attack. We saw those runs in game one, really clinical for Huda, that now can find that match many times. We'll see. 15 minutes left, Harry. Still time, room for 1-2 extra goals. And seems to be not enough against Huda with just one goal. If you are Pasha, so we'll see. Mistakes or maybe those fresh legs could make an impact into the game.
It could indeed. That's really nice reading of the play though. Knew exactly where Huda wanted to try and play that pass. Kyle Walker though, here for the Indonesian Huda. Just cannot seem to break the lines, and look at this on the break here. As Tamori steps up. 5 minutes to go for Huda to try and salvage something here. Christian Pulisic on the ball for him now. Teo Hernandez trying to give chase, but that's a nice ball into Jimenez as he stayed onside. The referee says, play on, and there is that equaliser! The second half just belonged to Huda the entire time. And there was the goal that was coming. Agonising for Pasha, but 1-1 is the score as we approach the final whistle.
Finally happens for Huda. Completely different version of this second half. Even with all that effort that Pasha was putting in to defend every single action in this second half, finally widening the formation of Pasha, the pass back, the through ball in, and that last pass, making it what it looked like so easy, and dramatic end for this game too. And Huda almost clinching the spot into the grand final today.
As you said, could be a goal that sets him up nicely for that grand final. This will be the last attack of the game. And it will be all 3 points going to Huda. Despite leading for the majority of the match, Pasha will walk away from the stage with nothing. That's heartbreaking.
Simple, perfect, world-class fake shot, back heel fake shot, and that finesse from Santiago Jimenez to put in it, you know, where all we want, you know. And wow, Huda. He was late, but finally on time, reacting to win this game to 6-on-6. RRQ Huda into the grand final.
Rightly said, Alex, that will secure Huda's place into the grand final later on. The man who is appearing in his second club event finals of the season has now got himself, well, further than he did all the way back at the Arsenal club event finals. Fell in the group stages back then, is now into the grand finals and is one game away from qualifying for the World Finals. That is some sentence to say, Alex. One game separates him now from that World Finals.
And the feeling that he is unstoppable today, no? That even having a bad day, he managed to turn over the score, winning the game too as well. And job done, but still one more to play. And is the main one, Harry.
Still one more to play, as you say. Here are the highlights. As we saw Pasha storm into a lead thanks to this goal on the stroke of half-time, offer of both uprights. Was Rafael Leao that started, well, began the dream for Pasha. Just a cool, calm, collected smile. And then it took the business end of the second half before Huda started regaining his form. João Felix with the first, and it looked like it was going to set up advantage to Pasha in that game later on against Mendonça, but they will actually enter all square essentially. Only goal difference will separate them thanks to this one. In stoppage time, the minimum of 2 added on by Santiago Jimenez. Secures all 3 points and a flawless record so far by RRQ Huda. Semra, what do you say about that? That was just really, I mean, it took him a while to come alive and perhaps started reading into those headlines about Pasha maybe making history. But in the end, he shut out the noise, and that's what we like to see at this stage.
And I tell you what, I also like to see Huda be challenged. I mean, yes, it's great for him that he did manage to get 2 wins on the bounce, clean sweep, take them straight into the final for today. But it is nice to see him actually come a bit under the cosh, actually have to come back from behind, because we saw how well he responded in that opening match as soon as, you know, Mendonça took a goal back, and then he was able to respond rather quickly. But in this case, he had to come back from behind.
He had to grind for it, yeah.
And he managed to do so ever so beautifully, ever so eloquently in his game style and his gameplay. So it's very nice to see indeed somebody just storming their way to so much success already. Huda is back once more with Alex. Why don't we go ahead and find out how he's feeling about being the first official finalist of the day, I guess we could say.
Once again with RRQ Huda, and that seems unstoppable today. 6-on-6 point, but this game too was a different story. You know, starting losing, and then last 5 minutes, you were, you know, amazing 2 goals, finally winning the game. How's that feels, and how was that difficult according to you this game too?
Game kedua lebih susah, kamu baru bisa ngeluarin kemampuan kamu di 5 menit terakhir, dan gimana perasaan kamu terhadap match kedua ini dan berhasil comeback?
Ya, mungkin babak pertama tadi tidak keluar ya gameplaynya, dan perasaannya bisa comeback, sangat senang lah bisa menuju grand final.
In the first half, I didn't. My gameplay is not that good, but I can fix my gameplay in the second half, and yeah, I'm very happy that I can come back in the second match.
No, definitely you did so well. Now, first grand finalist today. Congratulations. Any expectation for the final? You prefer Mendonça, Pasha? What do you think?
Apa yang kamu ekspektasi di Grand Final, mendingan Mendoza atau yang Ukraina?
Siapapun yang lolos itu kita harus siap melawan dan harus menang.
I'm ready with whoever that I will play in the Grand Final, and my expectation is to win this championship.
Oh, that's smart, consistency, skill, and passion for RRQ Huda that we will see later on at the grand final. And why not lifting the trophy as a mobile champion today?
That the mindset of a champion, the attitude of a proper winner. I mean, he doesn't really matter, according to him, who's actually going to be lining up against him. He's ready to face anything. And that actually begs the question of actually who you think will be the one who's sitting opposite him in the grand final for today.
Yeah, it becomes a bit of a straight shootout, doesn't it, between Mendonça and Pasha now later on. So I'm really looking forward to that. To answer your question, I'm not sure which I'd rather lose by, a massive margin for me to tell me that my tactics perhaps need adjusting, or if I lose by a really close margin and maybe say, do I back my gameplay or was it my tactics? Strangely enough, I think I would maybe favour Mendonça in the fact that he did lose by such a large margin. He can put it down to his tactics or perhaps, you know, whatever it was, not feeling comfortable. But yeah, here is just the way the land lies. It comes down to that match number 3 that we'll see later on.
It's a clinch match, indeed. It's going to be very intriguing. Yeah, a proper semi-final. How do you see it playing out, Alex?
I think one player having a hard time attacking, defending, not feeling properly as you normally play. Now we saw Mendonça playing in the previous club event finals. Today it looked like a different story. I hope he regained that way to play in this, because it's the last opportunity to grow through to the grand final. On the other hand, we saw Pasha really solid, working properly his formation, clear, and nothing to say against him. Yes, Huda finally appeared in the last moment, but so far really consistent. I really love what I see from the young guy. Just 14 years old, he was solid, consistent, and why not? Once again, another teenager in the grand final.
Well, let's see if we can get the group stages up on the board. We can take a look at the points and see how everything is starting to shape up now that we've had 2 matches played out, both for mobile and for console. We already know what's happening in the world of mobile. We already showed you this breakdown of the matches and the results thus far. Huda, in the opening fixture of the day, really ran away with it with a 4-1 victory, putting those 3 points on the board nice and early. That was followed by another set of 3 points, but as we've just been discussing, it was a much closer match and it was a much more difficult opportunity for him, but he was able to show that he is capable of turning things around when he's got his back up against it. So a 2-1 win for him there, and yet to come, of course, as we said, that direct shootout, as you pointed out, Harry, between Mendonça and Pasha. So we'll see how the chips fall there. But it is very exciting, at least over in the world of console. We saw earlier that there was a draw, and we'll see what happens next with Kazuya and Etorito. We don't yet have the actual breakdown of the group stage just yet, so we're not able to really talk about the points. But nonetheless, you can see those two are very ready to go. You know Etorito better than anyone, Alex. I mean, tell us what you think. And try and interpret the body language there.
Especially that moment, no, before to go into the stage is the most difficult, no, because we are just prepared to play football, not to be waiting behind the scene. No? So we'll see. They are just waiting the call and trying to put everything they have, because we saw on mobile you can, with this format, lose a single game. No? So we'll see. Kazuya, nothing to lose, a lot to win. And Etorito that, we are always looking forward as a favorite, but today will be the same favorite as he historically was in every single competition. We'll see.
I think Etorito, probably knowing Alex better than any of us, is thinking, I know this man likes to talk, so I could be here for a while.
Sometimes just seeing himself, I can feel how he's really, in terms of feeling confident in terms of gameplay and mentally. We have passed a lot of time in boot camp, competition, traveling around the world. So, we are like not just friends, good friends. And, he was the idol for everyone who was joining eFootball competition 15 years ago. He was the main reference. Everyone wanted to beat him. Everyone wanted to be like him because he was, unstoppable at those times, and he's still on fire. That's really impressive. 15 years. Wow.
15
on top,
years.
That's a lot.
Years. Yes, I tell you what, and being the Italian that he is, I'm sure it's Vini Vidi Vici for him for today. Well, let's see then how Etorito, of course, a world champion many times over, an icon of the match, is going to fare against Kazuya from Japan.
こんにちは、和也です。日本出身で AC ミランファイナルでは東アジア代表で出場しています。
My nickname is Torito. I'm playing for Europe and I'm representing Europe and Africa for AC Milan Finals.
はい、自分は AC ミランが結構好きなクラブではあるので、そこの代表として戦えるのはすごく嬉しく思います。
My expectations are really high. Of course, I want to win this competition for try to represent the club in Tokyo for the World Finals, and I will try to do my best as always.
目標はもちろん世界大会で優勝することです。はい、もちろん勝つと思います。勝つつもりで、練習だったり準備はしてきたので、その練習の成果が出せるように精一杯頑張りたいと思います。
My game style is really offensive. I like to score a lot of goals and try even to be consistent in defense. I will try to do the same with Milan and try to beat everyone.
最後まで諦めずに精一杯頑張るので、世界中の皆さん応援の方よろしくお願いします。
Of course, I will try to win this competition because I'm the only one Italian to represent Milan and it's an Italian club. So I will try to make happy all the fans from Milan and the Rossoneri.
Well, I think I speak for everyone when I say it is great to have Etorito back. It has been a while since we've seen him grace our screens. And now we get a chance to see the man in the flesh. We heard from him and Kazuya just then. How great is it to see these two go head-to-head and see Etorito back in front of our very eyes. Before we get into that, let's talk about Kazuya, of course.
Exactly.
Two Japanese players qualified for the World Finals via the club event finals already. You have Tess and, of course, Axe there as well. Could he be third of three?
We'll see. Why not? Especially the community back then in Japan has emerging many talent in the recent years, no? Before 2020, only Sofia was the only Japanese to have won a major competition back in then in eFootball. And after that, Udi, Mayageka, many big names. And why not Katuya that came right after draw 2-2 against Saif Al-Hacker. And that was a massive score because definitely no one here was expecting that one. And entering the game too, take a look, be careful because the Japanese, it seems to be on fire today.
I believe it's around 9 p.m. there or thereabouts in Japan at this moment in time. So hopefully Kazuya-san's family are watching him and are ready to see what could be a third Japanese player on home soil in Tokyo at the World Finals in July. Let's talk now about Etorito. It is, when I write up my notes, I always like to put little storylines in. I think
we need hours to talk about his career.
Return of the King, because it is his first club event finals this season. It's the first time really seeing him. I don't think we saw him at a club event finals last year, forgive me if I'm wrong. So
from 2023, since the end of eFootball Pro, we haven't seen Etorito an official competition. So we were waiting for so long this moment, Harry.
We will see if he can fulfill his promise that we heard from him to be the only Italian here. It would mean a lot to him to represent the Rossoneri AC Milan, an Italian club. It just has all the storylines, doesn't it? It has the fairy tale aspects, a three-time world champion, of course, 2 in 1 versus 1, another in co-op. There just is not enough time to go across his accolades. The amount of World Finals appearances is almost breaks my spreadsheet that I have in front of me, but Kazuya will have to put that to the side. Forget who you are playing against, if that's even possible, and get it done there on the virtual pitch as match number 3 of the AC Milan Club Event Finals is about to kick off. Etorito against Kazuya. Here we go. Will be Kazuya in the home strip, Etorito in that all-changed grey strip for AC Milan.
So basically mirror formation. When we check it out, there's scores 1-1 Etorito and Riquinho.
All right.
So we get into round 2 on this console group with everyone tied on 1 point. Well, now it's Kazuya with a chance. Tammy Abraham. Tomori for Etorito arriving in the very last moment to clear the ball. And, you know, impressive round 1 of console, especially the Kazuya Saif. On the other hand, most expected, no, that Enriquinho, Etorito. Overall, 3 players that could be like world title contenders for sure.
So, as you say, world title contenders across the board, across all of our club event finals that we'll see this season. But Etorito now a chance to put his first attack of the match on the board, cut out swiftly by Kazuya. And with everyone being on level points going into the second heat of matches, it really is a chance for anyone to put their stamp on this console group. Right now it is Kazuya that has started a lot stronger of the 2 men on the stage at the moment. Here is the Italian Etorito though, 50-50 doesn't go his way. And a man from the land of the rising sun can start to form an attack. Instead it's turned over and, well, back and forth. A lot of unforced errors coming from both sides here.
Etorito that is having a hard time to connect his passes to combine as usually. Now will be the first one. Tammy Abraham, Rafa Leao, look at the run, love to cheek. Great save.
Oh, good save.
Manually, well done, Kazuya. Was the first, you know, action into this game 3 when we review the scores, as is really happening on live.
As we can see, everyone on level standings in the console group.
Get a win right now is so important, Harry.
Etorito had a chance and a 3 versus 2, it looked like there for a moment, to make Kazuya pay for his mistake.
Basically, what it costs the most is those mistakes when you have the possession over your defenders. And Etorito on possession, love to check the whole player, the AMF, leaving behind Kai Walker, Jo Felix, Reinders, inside about the pack, he'll pass. There's no room there, yes!
Reinders! And Etorito now on the board. It took him a while to really turn that screw. Leao was on the floor complaining. I think it was Loftus-Cheek even that was expecting a foul to come his way. He had to be patient, gets the ball
Look at the replay. He was prepping so well. Reinders with the back heel pass. Another back heel pass by Tammy Abraham. And Reinders, which in an impressive way joining the attack and leave behind. No one was covering him and put the lead by the man from Giovinazzo, Ettore Giannuzzi, which starts strong. And now it's the Japanese who have to react, but you know, it's that early in the game, no celebration at all. You know how difficult it is at this stage. And you need 2 or 3 goals to really secure the victory.
Man searching for his 4th world title. Opens our scoring here, and I feel some sympathy for Kazuya, to be honest. He was very switched on defensively, he was making a lot of interceptions, and you just hope for him to make this a competitive game. And for the floodgates to not open here, as Etorito will pile on the pressure and look for those gaps that will come as a result of him opening the scoring. Here is Fofana. Dispossessed, and we're about 15 or so in-game minutes from the half-time whistle. Can Kazuya, who started this first half quite sprightly and lively, try and get a reward for his efforts? Turns inside nicely with Chukwueze, João Felix.
He's onside, yes. Oof. That was perfect, brilliant combination. And yeah, this is the advantage, you know, with the right forward. Kazuya can make an impact, can make an advantage. Wadley making more and more large the defense line of Etorito, which now going forward with Rafael Leao. Look at the run. Look at that rhythm change. So explosive with that huge acceleration. And now is a crucial part right before the halftime, Harry, to not to concede the second, or to at least to get the equalizer is massive.
Abraham, Leao, Musa all combining, but it is Etorito who comes away with possession. Here's Rafael Leao for him now. João Felix called back on defensive duties for Kazuya, who no doubt will be trying to maintain possession and have that final attack at the half. But look at the pressure from Etorito. He forces the ball back into his possession. And in fact, the final attack at the half, I think, will come his way as Leao is there.
Oh, look at the finishing. The left foot finish, first time shot with Rafael Leao. It's not his main fault. Maybe he wasn't not the best timing. He had way more time. But sometimes, Harry, looks so easy, you know, and then you don't care to the special timing if you are into Etorito. Great play, not enough to score the second goal.
Manyan telling everyone to push up in hopes of winning this to get that final attack of the half.
The last one,
added on.
Etorito on full blue for the last action.
Infinity Kazuya. Maybe, and I think the referee will have seen
one
enough.
One more.
Will give it one more, but the ball goes backwards.
Pass back. When you pass backwards, always the referee.
He says no.
Yeah.
And the half-time ends, or the first half ends, I should say. Etorito 1, Kazuya 0.
Quite open the game already so far. Yeah. Even if Etorito has found 1-2 really good actions, it's not as dominant as you could expect from home. This is a football at the highest level. It's not possible to dominate the game drastically. And Kazuya needs something else, but it's doing a decent match so far in the first half. It's just one goal down. Everything is possible.
It is, and he's won the ball back here to start the second half. He will attack this left-hand goal. Will Kazuya, as Rafael Leao in possession at the moment. You can see this second man pressure coming, but this is potentially nice build-up play, but can't link up there in and around the final third. Kyle Walker. Inside now, João Felix. Leao
wonderful
thread the needle
predict.
into Tammy Abraham. As you said, nice prediction there.
Yeah, sometimes you see the players switch cursor so fast, go in front of the striker just to predicting that pass. You risk a lot that, but when you make it possible, Harry, you wins a lot. So, great action, but Kazuya still with that initiative, that it feels closer, but always Etorito in the last moment in the right positioning with the defenders. Clearing the ball and regaining. Now there's his chance. Rafael Leao missing that pass. It's very massive, the importance of the pass stats right now in eFootball, right after the last update. And when especially players are, you know, João Felix are really important, and on the other hand, Tammy Abraham quite heavy with those passes. Rafael Leao as well doesn't make a good impact, no? And especially Etorito needs a lot of combination, and sometimes, you know, you see him fading more passes as usual, you know.
To get those sharp and precise passes through, you have to get it into those skilled playmakers. And on the hour mark, it remains Etorito 1, Kazuya 0. And the Italian is on the charge here, on that far side with Loftus-Cheek. Fofana. Oh, that's really nice. Leao.
The pass back almost on time.
Into too much traffic there. And we're approaching the portion of the game where substitutes really could make a big difference here in match number 3 of our stream. And it has been a very close game. We knew this group would be very close coming into it, Alex.
No, definitely the game needs something new to happen. Substitution on both sides. Musa, box to box for Etorito. Christian Pulisic and Santiago Jimenez. In the other hand, Kazuya with this time Reinders Pulisic, Santiago Jimenez, and on forward, look at Jovic, the Serbian, getting into this game 3 of the day. Special mention to Etorito playing possession game, which is the main affinity of the AC Milan coach Sergio Conceição, and in the other hand, Kazuya with a quick counter
It's pretty off meta, isn't it, possession, when you consider...
Super off meta.
When you consider quick counter tends to be the preferred play style.
But especially for Conceição, it's increasing your stats of the players more than quick counter, and you feel it, no? And that extra point, 2 points of overall stats, it gives you, I mean, impact at this level. It affects a lot. So we'll see. Because still open the score in this game 3. No one is satisfied with the actual score. You can't rely on leading. You can at this point of the competition.
It's almost one of the most dangerous scorelines you can see in eFootball is a 1-goal advantage either way. Now, here comes Etorito in search of doubling his lead. João Felix with the double touch inside the box. Tomori makes light work of that with a strong challenge. And now, here for Kazuya. 20 minutes to try and salvage something here. Long ball towards Jimenez, knocks it down.
That could be the one.
Inside the D, just outside the box. That was a tackle that needed to be made by Etorito.
Yeah, he needs to, maybe those headers could make a great advantage for Kazuya. Like now, looking for Jovic. The wonderful pass.
Reinders.
The extra pass.
Jimenez.
Yes, it's in.
Oh, it's in.
It's in. He was asking, especially winning the header, and that backheel pass, through pass, he completely shot Etorito. And that advantage was impossible to defend, even with the manual goalkeeper. Wonderful made, Kazuya. The Japanese shocking everyone. And once again, close to ending the match. And really, really positive for him for sure.
This man does not care for any storylines, any fairy tales. Look at this goal. Really nice build-up. It was direct, it was succinct when it needed to be.
That pass,
that was lovely.
That pass from Jovic was the key, in this action. And then when suddenly it seems to be able to be saved by Mañan, but at the end of the day, Santiago Jimenez, no? Etorito that can't believe it, that's finally happened. And we'll see the last part of the game, more interesting than ever. 1-1 with the equalizer. And everything to be decided, Harry.
With 15 minutes left, Alex.
Now this game is the key, for both of the players. Either Etorito, either Kazuya.
Chance to let this one breathe, but Kazuya, he is feeling like this is almost downhill for him in a sense of how much resistance he's facing. It's quite easy work for him at this point, but say that, Etorito is through. Oh, goal! And reinstates his lead. Santiago Jimenez gets Etorito back in front, just moments from conceding. He's back in front, and that is why he's a 3-time world champion.
Moment, yeah, that time when Musa lost the ball for Kazuya, completely opened that line for the fresh Santiago Jimenez, as well for Etorito. Overall, the MVP so far in the game, with 2 goals, once on each side. A completely open option for Etorito to once again take the lead. Just 10 minutes remain, Harry. Great response from Etorito.
Yeah, that's heartbreaking for Kazuya. Was on track for a famous result, still has 10 minutes to try and get one back in his favour at the very least, in order to still celebrate what would be a famous result.
Still time for everything.
Be difficult.
Yeah. Etorito need to save the score, but now the mistake. It is the time. Kazuya! Was saved! Luka Jovic has the chance for Kazuya to get the equalizer. Another response, the counter for Etorito. But basically, his possession game style needs more time to go hype up the pitch. 5 minutes left, Harry. Hectic pace right now into the game. They know how important is this game to get through the grand final.
Could be huge indeed, and Kazuya, that's why he's chasing this. Tried to link up with the 1-2 there, but
he was preparing the knock-on.
The touch just let him down in the end. Etorito is playing down the near side here, knowing it's the 90th minute, just needs to survive here. How much time is added on at the end of this one? 2 minutes, that's more than enough. for Kazuya in possession here with Pulisic.
Down ever.
Reinders into the feet of Jovic. Jimenez goes for goal.
That was smart.
Into the feet of Eterito, and we're into the second of two added on, and I think the referee will call an end to our contest here. It will end Eterito 2, Kazuya 1. What a match number 3 between two incredible competitors here. Wow.
What a match, and so fun to watch from outside of the booth, because from the players, they were suffering. It was an intense match. Look at the stats, 4-4.
Wow.
After first half, everything gets even, and we saw the best version from Kazuya, getting the equalizer. I mean, with that response of Etorito, Kazuya has the chance, had the attempt to get the equalizer and to get a point. That finally, those 3 points goes over the Italian, the man from Giovinazzo, that will sum up with 4 points right after 2 games. But nothing is decided already in console group.
As you rightly said, Eterito, the 3-time world champion, into the driver's seat in the console group after that result. Kazuya really gave it as much as he possibly could, never gave up. As we saw, though, the opening goal came by way of Eterito. There was a lot of defending to do by the Italian. That one, I think he'll be ruining had he not been able to salvage some points. Leao with his left foot, I believe it was, not able to steer that one on target. And then the more it stayed 1-0, the longer it went on, the more Kazuya grew in confidence. Got his equaliser with Santiago Jimenez. All celebrations there on the pitch and muted celebrations on the stage. As we're often seeing from Eterito, some animated frustrations, but those didn't last very long. Jimenez on one end, Jimenez up the other, and that would prove to be the dagger between the two. Semra, our first look at Eterito in a fair few, I was going to say months, but years now, and he comes out with a gritty 3-point performance.
Almost in some ways, I don't want to say vintage, but certainly you see elements of the Etorito DNA that made him who he is, essentially. And it's nice to see that it did come so close in the end, because at least for the neutral, you do want to see a tight match, I think a tight contest, because it makes it so much more thrilling, so much more exciting to see how it ends up. And the fact that they really left it quite late, actually, for there to be a decisive fact in determining who is going to be putting those 3 points on the board. Well, it's a great way to start things off, at least for us on stream, to see what's been going on with the console group. And Etorito is now with his former, call him a bit of everything, if you will, rival, friend, teammate, champion, Alex. Let's see what he has to say.
Thank you, Sembra. Well, here with the Toritos, you will say the really important 3 points you just got. A difficult match. We saw you not as comfortably in your combination. In front, Kazuya did a great job, almost took in the draw at the last part of the game. But from your side, how did you feel from playing in the background, now playing on the stage? How does that feel?
Yeah, of course, playing the stage is totally different because there is more emotion. I can even hear you speaking about my game. But yeah, it was hard because I didn't expect this type of game against him. I saw his formation with LB and RB, and I thought that it was easy to do offensive style. Yes, exactly. But it wasn't. At the end, I found 2-1, so I'm happy with this.
After that first game against Enriquinho, 1 point. Now going to the third match with 4. I mean, nothing is decided already. People at home were expecting you to be here for so long. What can we expect from you today in terms of chemistry, tactically, fluidness with your gameplay?
I mean, this time it's the first time that I'm playing with possession ball because I have to. So it's totally different game. Even the 1-2 pass are different. I have to wait more, and usually I'm very fast with the passes. So I need to maybe relax more and just focus on the build-up, and then after try to score. So I will try to win and to arrive to the final, but it's hard. I still need one game, and that's it.
Well, last game against Saif, and we are really looking forward to watch. Best of luck, Ettore, and we hope to see you later on the stage.
Thank you very much to both of you. Grazie. Of course, to Torito. It's nice to hear him talking about the way he was interpreting the game as it was unfolding. And of course, one of the things that's always made him one of the very best is his ability to interpret and to analyze what's happening right in front of him, and to have that flexibility, that adaptability to make those necessary changes so that he can actually contain the situation and, if necessary, regain control.
Yeah, we always used to use the terms kind of downloading. You download the information from the opposition that you're seeing, and then you have to, as you said, analyze it. And Ettore is one of the very best. And it's great to hear from him kind of divulge exactly what he was seeing before the match, those formations, and also hear his kind of nitty-gritty. It's really the small details. By playing a possession game style, at home, you might think, oh, yeah, well, quick counter is a play style, possession's a play style, but actually hearing tangibly what difference it makes, even to the 1-2s, as Ettore said, I think is really interesting and intriguing to kind of hear from him. And it's one of the reasons he is one of the favourites here to come out of this console group that, as you can see on your screens, is so tight.
I mean, let's talk a little bit more about that, because this is the first opportunity we've really had of the day, now that we're halfway through the group stage fixtures, to see where we are in determining who's going to be heading to that grand final. We already know that Huda's got his place booked, and it's still to be decided between Pasha and Mendonça, but it's really interesting and intriguing just how close-knit things are in that console group. Obviously, Ettore is in pole position, looking relatively comfortable to make sure that his name is on one of those tickets to the grand final for today, but it's kind of anyone's guess at this point between the other three.
All the four still having chance to go through. We saw Ettore that wasn't that comfortable in the previous match, and that say a lot for Kazuya, and that say a lot that always from the players. We said before, no, playing at home online is a story, play in the backstage is another story, but when you play at the stage, the feeling, the vibes is always takes time, to be 100% in terms of combination, passes. I know it's always weird, Now, I expect having a better version for the players each time they go through the stage. We saw Huda, for example, maybe when he was at the world scenario where he was losing in the second match, he found somehow how to regain terrain and then turn up the score and winning the game. And I think that potentially will happen with the rest of the players during today. But yeah, looking forward to the next match, Senra, Harry, because wow, two players that I'm really looking forward to watch, and they need to win. So excited match so far.
They do. Al-Hacker, Henriquinho, same points, but separated by goal difference. And respectively, one is second, one is third. Not much really separates them, at least as it is for now, on the board. But what do you think it is going to take to separate them? I mean, goals are the obvious thing, but in terms of tactics and playing style, what is it that you think is going to be the key to separating them in this one?
I think when it gets to this level, we really look for who has that added edge, who gets it done on the stage, because it's not a perfect environment. Sometimes things won't go your way. As we said, the temperature might not be your favorite. It might be that there's some lights that are causing glare, this, that, the other. We obviously don't think that that's the case here, but the point I'm trying to make is you have to be able to perform in every single different environment. I almost feel sorry for Al-Hacker and of course Henriquinho, because the amount we speak about Ettore, when you have such a high-level player within your group, it's almost easy for us to look over what incredible talents Al-Hacker and Henriquinho are. These two, I mean, this is box office that we're about to see. These are all within this group, sort of mini-finals, and it looks there from our training room.
World-class talents.
They are ready to go, and they look up for this one. So I am also looking forward to this one. I'm up for this one.
I'm up for it, yeah. Well, I tell you what, they're in the tunnel. They look like they're ready to go. So why don't we go ahead and bring them out here and see what they can put on for us in terms of an entertaining show. It should be blockbuster, as Harry says. Enjoy Al-Hacker and Henriquinho.
name is Saif. I'm from Jordan. I am here to represent West Asia at the AC Milan Finals.
Oi, sou Henriquinho, representante do Brasil e das Américas nas finais do Milan. Eu espero ser campeão, estou aqui para isso, treinei bastante, estou bem confiante também e espero sair com o título.
It's mean a lot for me. It was a dream to be here and amazing experience for me.
É um sonho estar aqui na Itália. Primeiro que é o sonho do meu pai, sempre foi o sonho dele vir para a Itália, então é um pedaço de mim que eu trago também, um pedaço dele.
Always when I play eFootball, I feel that I am happy because I don't just play eFootball for working, but I am happy always when I am playing eFootball.
Para mim é muito mais que um jogo, porque eu carrego muito o que meu pai passou para mim. Ele jogava quando eu era criança, então não é um sonho só meu, eu represento meu pai também, a minha família. Então eu fico bem feliz.
My favorite player in AC Milan, Eliao, because he is in eFootball playing very well and he have a lot of skills. I can move like how I want in game.
Acho que no último minuto, se tiver uma falta, eu coloco o João Félix. Acho ele bastante habilidoso também e é um jogador que eu confio bastante.
My message is for my country and my family and my friends with me at the final AC Milan event.
Quero agradecer a torcida de todo mundo do Brasil. Espero que vocês estejam me apoiando. Vou dar o máximo pela gente. Esse não é um sonho só meu, é de todo mundo. Vamos pra cima.
A show of respect between two of the world's best taking the stage. Saif and Henriquinho, two just juggernauts of the eFootball world. I mean, where do you want to start, Alex? We have Saif Al-Hacker, who has had so much international fame, if you will, has tried and tried again at club event finals, going all the way back to 2024, was a runner-up for another Milanese club that maybe we shouldn't mention around these parts. We'll leave that for perhaps later on in the week. But you also have to remember this year, got all the way to the grand final of the Barcelona club event finals, losing on penalties to Tess. I feel like this is unfinished business here for Saif.
Definitely, and looking how his previous months between that final and where we are right now, it came. This guy comes up top form, and with the aim, just be the champion today. In front, Henriquinho, everyone's know about him. This guy is so good as well. They both have won international competition before, so they know how to handle the situation, to be at the stage with the lights and the cameras. But new competition, these two with the needs to win and secure 3 points right now will make a lot of pressure over them, and we'll see. One emerging from past days, and the other one, Saif, emerging from the eFootball scene, and it's so wonderful to see. Ladies and gentlemen at home, if you want to enjoy eFootball at his maximum expression, is right now between these two. Take some popcorn, drinks, whatever.
Put your feet up and
yes,
enjoy
please.
this one.
For sure.
And the best part is, Alex, we have front row seats. We are not playing this down. They are truly two of the very best that we have to offer. And I'm glad to see Saif here in the flesh because, of course, failed at the Barcelona club event finals. It's been a few months since then, and there's a reason that so many strong players have tried to qualify for the AC Milan finals here today. A qualification process that went all the way back, of course, to the end of 2024 in round one. And these two from their respective regions, of course, Saif, Dababnet, I should say, from Western Asia, Oceania and others qualifying through that region. And then, of course, the Americas the Brazilian Henriquinho, four-time Brazilian champion, by the way, at just the age of 24.
It's time to go, Harry. Mirror formation, 4-3-3 on both sides.
Okay.
No Chukwueze, no right forward, which is the only difference so far. And it's time to go. Saif Al-Hacker, Henriquinho. Time is now.
The time is now indeed for our match number 4. We know how the group looks. We know the strength of opponent these two have around them. But it is Saif Al-Hacker who's starting the game really strongly here on the front foot in that Milan home strip against Henriquinho in that all-grey changed outfit, attacking the left-hand goal. Who will come out on top? And it is based on how the group looks. You saw it for just a moment there. That could be a very risky move to play.
Almost there.
Incredibly close. We know Kazuya on 1 point, Etorito on 4. These two both tied on a point apiece as well. So a win here for either side puts you in a very favourable position going into the last round of stages in this group. Here's the attack though from Henriquinho. First real strike in anger, and it's into the goal!
Have you seen that? Double touch. He's left to shit with a fashion finishing. Putting the lead for Henriquinho, Enrique Mesquita, who comes from Brazil with the aim of what he really did. Score a lot of goals, a wonderful way. He was having initiative, and that timing for the double touch was simply perfect.
Wow, wow, wow. The timing was great, but look how quickly the animation is cancelled. You couldn't there, of course, because Maignan was in the way. The strike immediately following, he knew that was the killer blow to unlock the defence, Henriquinho. And he takes the lead here in the first half. Just 10 minutes it took to separate these two.
It's difficult to predict, at this stage. They haven't played each other in the training yesterday. Everyone was hiding tactics, so we'll see now the response.
Whoa. Good save. Will be recycled here by Saif. But defended by Henriquinho, he survives.
It's what we need, no more from Saif Al-Hacker, but now once again, the double touch from Rafael Leao, cutting it at the half to just get an extra advantage, and it's so far one of the best games so far to watch, not just today, worldwide in terms of eFootball.
Here comes Al-Hacker, far side with Leao. We've seen him have some nice footwork for Henriquinho.
Leao is so fun to use, He's the main character in Dream Team, in the competition, everywhere. So, no surprise at all to see those actions.
That attack not working out for Henriquinho though in retaliation, and that invites Al-Hacker to come forward here. Oh, it's in! What a finish! Chukwueze gets it past Mike Maignan and sets us up perfectly here between these two. 1-1 now in the first half. What a goal!
I was even surprised. The action was pretty nice. Leao filling into the right-hand side, the pass back.
First time strike, wow.
Chukwueze from there. Henriquinho was aware, moving the goalkeeper to the right-hand side, but not enough. 1-1, great way to get the equalizer, the man from Jordan, that get on track. And is now, let's start from 0, 1-1, still open for these two guys.
Just goes to show we were not lying about these two. They are some of the most clinical players in the world.
And that's the momentum for Saif, which go for it. Rafa Leao is a difficult matchup so far, but he leaves it behind.
Off the sheet with the cross. It's an awkward angle for Maignan to deal with.
The goalie
will come back to Al-Hacker here as well.
He didn't saw on time. The goalie was all out of the net.
Perhaps didn't want to take that first time strike there. Leao tries to find Jimenez. It bounces all around, but I think Al-Hacker Saif will survive. Now as we approach the half-an-hour mark, since conceding, I would say that Saif has been the aggressor here, the man on the front foot, and Henriquinho will want to try and put this game back into his advantage. Can't quite put together that final combination though in the final third, Alex.
No, definitely. Now we see clearly two differences between these two. Is Henriquinho with the needs to build up his play with the left winger and then start to make the escalator until he goes to Joao Felix in the right-hand side. And all the opposite, no, Saif Al-Haker with Chukwueze, no, as his main player in the right forward to open his attack and to really put Henriquinho, you know, over the limit somehow in defense, that he's having a hard time right now to defend him.
So about 10 minutes plus stoppages until the first half comes to an end.
Oh, misclick.
Misclick indeed, and that is easy for Maignan.
They feel it's uncomfortable, even if now the momentum goes a little bit in favor of Al-Haker. No one has the control of the game, the initiative. They are defending more or less well each other.
But that change here, though.
Yeah, that changed quickly, eh? Don't relax.
Half-time is looming.
Look at now Chukwueze from the left wing.
Working for Chukwueze, as you said, switching sides for Al-Haker. Tamori is being aggressive as well. Abraham tries to poke it and direct it into the feet of Rafael Leao.
Kyle Walker, how strong is Kyle Walker winning that header over Rafael Leao? Something really, really positive for AC Milan as those fullbacks, Theo Hernandez and Kyle Walker, are probably one of the best so far in this eFootball.
Well, this is a very strong end to the first half here for Henriquinho. Had a nice opportunity, but the last attack of the half looks like it's going to go the way of Al-Haker, but instead he's given the ball away. And now Henriquinho, can he turn benefactor? Joao Felix into the box. Oh, he beats his man. Who can he find?
What a save!
What a save!
When everything looks like was Henriquinho able to score.
Wow.
What a save by Maignan.
Probably the best save you'll see all day from Maignan.
No, that's super cancer for Henriquinho. Leaving behind the defender on that smart cross. Which seems to be an empty goal, but no, not really happened. Some substitution from Saif. Impressive to see them at the halftime. But worth it, so here we go. 1-1 between these two fantastic players so far.
They swap sides. Henriquinho will now attack this right-hand goal. Jimenez and Leao combining nicely.
Lost the cheek.
To kind of avoid all of the red-shirted AC Milan players there for Al-Haker. Speaking of which, he's in possession now. What a ball to Jimenez, one-on-one. Can he finish? Yes, he can! From 1-0 down, Saif is now into the lead here.
Simply ineffective. That pass, that through pass, look at that. Oh, simply clinical. And then, you know, the stunning shot, Santiago Jimenez. Impossible for Henriquinho, impossible for Maignan. And what a way to turn over the score. Saif Al-Haker 2, Henriquinho 1. And now it's the Brazilian who needs to react, who needs to do something else.
You rightly said it's Henriquinho now that needs to pull something out of the locker. What has he got for us? Jimenez.
The control.
Couldn't control it in stride for the Brazilian.
Technically, we're going to see a better version of Saif in terms of defense. He will play on blue. Now he's leading to see if he's able to defend more comfortably. And then goes with those counters. But now, Santiago Jimenez almost inside the box.
Not too many players looking to try and join him there. We saw just briefly, in fact it's still there in the bottom right, that one blue bar means he's just wanting to shore up that defensive line, not give Henriquinho any gaps to ply his trade through. He's given the ball away though. As Al-Hacker, and
nice
well,
one.
Musa's beating his man on that far side. That is, as you say, too strong.
That's the problem
just goes
sometimes
into the hands of Magnac.
of Musa. No, he's really fast. He's box to box, which is really nice for a CMF, but especially on passing, you know, it's not the best, no, in terms of those magic passes that you can expect from this position.
Leao now into the final third with his trickery, his nice footwork, and no one is coming to Reinders here. I wonder, is there potentially something amiss on the stage? Luckily, we have our referees there.
Okay, Henriquinho will return back the ball to Saif Al-Hacker as something happened, but we still go on. 30 minutes left.
Al-Hacker forward, Leao. Have to stay locked in, Henriquinho. Don't let that kind of thing phase you.
Look at that, still on.
Match.
The cross.
Oh,
Oof,
it's
the block
off the defender.
Almost in, eh? If it's not because of the defender, I will say that was the third one for Saif.
Of course, don't adjust your sets. It is Al-Hacker 2, Henriquinho 1.
Yeah, he saw it. He saw it, how close that was.
If you can believe it.
That reaction from Al-Hacker.
The funniest thing is, Alex, he said in our interview, I don't play eFootball just for work. I'm at my happiest playing. I don't know if that's entirely true based on those reactions. Here are the changes.
Player by player, not really big change. Al-Hacker moving the CMF one point down just to start his build-up play from behind a little bit with a more remote defensive position. The corner kick on short. Tio to the post! My way, look at that shot. Wow. That could be a banger from Tio.
Had so much time to queue up that input. We saw that purple bar just charged for so long.
And Henriquinho's really having a hard time to build out his play. That could cost him a third goal. Christian Pulisic.
The American far side. Who can he find? There's 3 red shirts to aim for. Beats his man, gets closer to the goal. This could be a third for Al-Hacker. It's dealt with though by Henriquinho.
We'll see if the Brazilian has something left to show. Great ball. Oh, look at the heavy control. It's Fofana. As a DMF working properly, no? Fofana, just to remind, is box to box, so that forced the players to use an advanced instruction as defensive, to stay behind and to be in that DMF position.
Pulisic here for Saif. This could really kill the game off as Felix finds the bottom corner. And I think it will. It will kill the game off. Al-Hacker 3, Henriquinho 1.
Simply sensational, no? Pretty comfortable not to reach that right-hand side, win some space, waiting his players, their teammates to the pass back and clear, as we saw, first time shot, Joe Felix putting it at the end of the net. 3-1, Saif Al-Hacker, which in a wonderful way he turned up the score and is putting that much pressure over Henriquinho, that now has to do something else. Not much time left, and Henriquinho that with the face show off that, you know, it's not having the vibes, no, or see how to go through that 5 center-back formation of Saif Al-Hacker that say, you know, Alex, Harry, it cost me too much to be at this point in this game. I will not lose it. 5 center-backs. 5-2-2-1 to save the score and to clinch his first 3 points of the competition right after that draw against Kazuya on game 1.
Well, not only at this point of the competition, but you have to think how long these players have been waiting to represent the Rossoneri at this club finals. almost 7 months ago. And here's Pulisic, who did turn provider before. Oh, he's done it again! It's 4! It's 4 now! For Saif Al-Hakka, the Jordanian. Goes 3 goals clear and is on his way, Alex, for 3 valuable points in this closely contested group.
We simply see him, Henriquinho, not to follow in those runs, simply ineffective. Those play by Al-Hakka, which is taking advantage of that difficult situation. Is passing now Henriquinho with that score against him. 4-1. Wow, massive score for the Jordan player, which is that close to get the 3 points and to decide almost a great part of this console group with this score.
Well, we couldn't split them after the first heat of fixtures. They all drew their matches.
He will tie on points with the Torito right now on 4 and winning by goal differences before the last match, as he's going to face a Torito later on the stage.
What a game that could be.
Damn, wow.
For now, Henriquinho
hey, careful.
has a free
Henriquinho,
kick.
10 minutes left, as he said in the photo, in the video. Rafa Leao.
Oh,
what a save.
Saved and punted behind for a corner. But you're right, it's, as he said, I hope to be champion. I trained a lot, I'm prepared. He needs to be prepared and stay focused on the goal here, Henriquinho. If you catch Al-Hakka sleeping, which is easier said than done, there is still a chance.
Look at that smart corner kick. Whoa!
Still alive for him here. He
It's
gets
on.
one back.
Henriquinho scoring and getting closer. Malik Thiaw catching that secondary action inside the box. And after shooting the rebound, the ball goes in. 4-2 is not over for him. He's getting closer. What a way to kick that corner kick that widely, just to win the header with the Reinders. The pass back, then the rebound, and finally Thiaw putting in with some help of Theo Hernandez at the other net. That's why I love these kind of games, because we see different options for the corner kicks, the free kicks, and that could decide a championship.
I think we saw there from Al-Hakka a wry smile, because he did try and clear the ball away, but it just bounced.
He's a bit unlucky for sure.
Straight into the feet of Henriquinho.
But Henriquinho was calling for that luck, with that corner kick. But now the reaction! Oh, Maignan, finally.
Pushed behind for a Saif corner.
It's been so painful, Saif with those long balls to the striker winning that header, and then Henriquinho is out of time to follow those runs, those action. Well played, Saif.
It is his corner, and well, he rose highest there and almost got a 5th goal.
Santiago Jimenez, player of the week, which seems to be an impressive striker that the players seems to be really comfortable with, and they have trained a lot with that card. At the end of the day, we have many options between all the cards available on AC Milan in eFootball. So sometimes you need to decide between 3, 4, 5 type of cards for the same player. So then you need to test, see, and we'll see.
6 minutes added on. If Henriquinho can score a goal soon,
why not?
There's maybe a chance of salvaging something here. He's got the ball back.
Has to be now.
It has to be with this attack. Reinders does combine, and who can he find? Oh, it's Luka Jovic, I think.
He went to the center, but it seems to be a nice option. Luka Jovic.
Al-Hakka.
And now Al-Hakka will save the score.
As you said, will just control the ball and just tick down this in-game clock, really kill the game off. It has been a 6-goal thriller between these two. And in the 6th minute of 6 added on, the referee blows the whistle, giving Al-Hakka 3 points against Henriquinho. Wow, what a match.
Now, well deserved by Saif. Right after that early goal concede, he completely dominated the game. Showing it here at the start, 9-6 shots for Al-Hacker. And the feeling that somehow he was getting better and better now with the pass of the time of the match. And Enriquinho somehow didn't got the way to go through, the way to stop him. And, you know, things happen. Saif still assuring everyone that he wants to be in Tokyo, Japan, and he wants to be the world champion. Great job. When we see the replays, the first goal of Enriquinho, the timing was perfect. Saif, as you see, can't believe it. And from there, it was Saif, and Saif. Really strong performance.
Really strong indeed. We saw the goal that put Henriquinho in front. Of course, that felt like a lifetime ago now. But thanks to that Chuck Awezi equaliser, it really relieved the pressure for him. He didn't really look back after that, as this was a very close opportunity at the end of the first half. Really should have given us an idea of what to expect in the second half, because at that same goal, this time for Saif Al-Hacker, it's Jimenez with that purple power bar, that stunning finish, firing Al-Hacker into a lead in which he never gave back to Henriquinho. What a performance by the Jordanian, 25 years of age, really put Henriquinho to the sword. And despite his animated reactions, his frustrations, his jubilation, he never lost sight of the goal, which was, of course, Henriquinho's goal. 2-1 at 75 minutes, you're thinking, okay, we could be in for a very close finish. Al-Hacker, with that goal, put himself too clear. The Portuguese João Felix tucking it home. And that's the relief. That really did relieve the valve on the pressure cooker. It's always nice when you get that 2-goal cushion. It's even nicer when you're able to make it 3 goals to defend with 10 minutes to go, Semra. We saw following that, as we'll see in a moment, a Henriquinho consolation, but the points in the end go back to Saif Al-Hacker. What a match. We promised blockbuster stuff, Semra, and well, they delivered there on the stage. There was that, in the end, consolation by Henriquinho, but it was not enough. The final score, 4-2 to Saif Al-Hacker.
Thrills and spills was the order of the day, wasn't it? So I'm glad that we were able to fulfill that promise and deliver by bringing the goods, because it really was a fantastic clash between two of the world's very best when it comes to console. And I know that both you and Alex will be very pleased that Al-Hacker has actually lived up to the billing for today, as both of you have been discussing at length just what a world-class talent he actually is. And he happens to be with Alex now. So let's go get the thoughts of the winner of the most recent match then, as it's looking quite good for him to potentially end up in the grand final for today.
Thank you, Sembra. Well, no surprise, the winner here of match number 4, Saif, really important 3 points. No surprise to see you at this level. Now, everyone recently is talking about you in eFootball worldwide. But the game wasn't easy. You started losing the game, and then your reaction was impressive. What is your points where you focus to do your best gameplay? In tactically, in your feeling, your dribblings, your combination? What's your stronger points right now?
My dribbling, when I feel comfortable in gameplay, dribbling it's more important for me.
In terms of the game, your reaction was impressive in front of Enriquinho, which is one of the best players. Where do you show was the differences in that game? The long balls maybe to Santiago Jimenez, or maybe the defense? Where was your differences with Enriquinho?
I try to play long ball sometimes when I feel I can have a good attack in long ball. Sometimes I pass like tick through pass. It's working. So important 3 points for me.
No, really, really consistent. Now getting into the last match against the Torito, both with tie on 4 points. What do you expect from that game? Have you played before with the Torito? Well, I guess online, yes, not online. What can you expect from that last match? Because you are not already qualified, so it's a really important match.
Yeah, important match. Torito, one of the best players in the world for sure. I played against him before online, but now different. I'm lucky to be in the grand final, so I'm interested to play against him now.
You have any way to block him, to beat him? You have any tactic, any specific detail that you can share with us?
I will do my best, and let's see. It's a surprise.
Oh, it's a surprise. We hear from Saif Al-Hacker, Semra Harry. That last game on console will be so fun to watch.
I tell you what, it's probably the headliner of the day for the group stage. I mean, just look at how big that grin is from ear to ear. I mean, he looks well up for this one, playing at Torito in person. I mean, it is quite a reward, I guess, in many ways for so many of these young talents that are coming through to be able to play against one of the GOATs of the game.
The fact that we have the two head-to-head on our final match of the console group here on the stream, the fact that we get to see it with neither guaranteed qualification at this point, I think it's the dream scenario for the neutral, because they are just two of the very best. I mean, I know I keep saying it, but all 4 of these players have shown that they're worthy of getting to this stage. Now it's about, between the two, who can outgun the other, and I look forward to that. I believe it's going to be match number 6 later on. So we've got another game or so before we get to witness that box office match here on the stream. But either way, I just can't wait for more action, more goals. It's going to be great.
Mouth-watering stuff indeed. Well, there's got to be goals, we hope, at least in the next one, because it is a do-or-die situation.
Definitely.
Only one of the two can go through between Pasha and Mendonça.
And that's the best opportunity for them to prove why they have to be here, why they want to be at the grand final. No? When you are over the limit, it's when you need to prove how good you are. No? Because we are every time talking about how easy it is to play in your comfort zone. But being right there in front of the camera, in front of a match, which is a decider match to go through the grand final, this is where you have to prove it. No? So I think either for Pasha or Mendonça, I'm really looking forward to that match, especially if we're going to see a better version from Mendonça, no? that haven't feeling that good in that previous match. But definitely they will now, because there's no other way not to go through. So really looking forward. Last match of mobile in group stage. And, the best is yet to come.
Now, Alex asked Huda who he preferred to face in the final. He kept very coy and just said, it doesn't really matter. I'm quite happy to face whoever I need to. If you were to take a guess as to who he might prefer based on the 2 matches that he's already had against these two, who do you think it is that he would actually choose to line up against in the grand final?
I think if you're looking at scorelines, obviously we have to think back to our opening game where it was Huda winning against Mendonça by quite a considerable margin. I think it was 4-1.
It was.
So if you're looking on paper, you're probably thinking Huda would rather face Mendonça. But I think Huda is the type of player with his experience that knows it doesn't matter who you face. You have to treat every opposition equally and understand that anyone is capable at this level to go that extra mile. So I think he was very coy in the way that he answered, but I think for good reason. I think no matter who it is in front of him, he's going to give it his all. And I think that at this level, there can't really be any preferences for you.
We saw many times before that wins every single match in group stage doesn't reflect you're going to win the final later on. No?
Very true.
Even if we saw maybe Saif and Huda are the actual favorites in terms of how good they perform, but it's not enough. No. It's not enough. You need to be careful, because eFootball is eFootball, and at this level, everyone could surprise you. Everyone.
Well, let's see which one of these two is going to surprise us next, because at least in the case of Huda, he can relax for a little while, kick his feet up and just enjoy what is about to unfold to see who's actually going to be joining him in the grand final between Pasha and Mendonça.
The tunnel now, and only one can return through it, a grand finalist later on. Will it be the 34-year-old Mendonça, or will it be the man 20 years his junior? Both have fallen to the man that awaits one of them in the grand final. And the question is, who will win this match and get a chance at revenge, be one game away from a World Finals berth? I think earlier, Alex, you coined this perfectly. You said this is essentially a semi-final.
Yeah.
I think you're right about that.
No, exactly. No, and the feeling that, well, not at all, because there's no extra time and penalties, but it's a game that you need to win, yes or yes. No, and somehow at this point, let's see if the nerves could make an impact into the performance of these two fantastic players, because just to remain, people at home, just to be able to be here at the club event finals, you couldn't realize how difficult that was, that process from round 1 to 4, winning your region and being here. And then you need to be the best from the best of every region across the world. So it wasn't easy, and it should have a big respect to everyone who reached this stage during the season. But at the end of the day, Harry, we want to see who is the best and who is the 16th ones that will join the World Finals in this summer. And overall, looks at those details, no? With AC Milan logos, the shirt, how beautiful it looks like over the players. It's simply sensational. Eh? We could ask for a shirt, maybe. Well, we'll see. It depends, no?
I wonder if we could...
with our name, no? Harry, which name? Which number is your favorite one?
Ooh, what number would I wear? Probably number 5.
Number 5,
yeah,
all right.
The CDM number, you know.
All right, good.
I wonder if we could speak to Massaro. Of course, we
hey, Daniele, please.
Yeah, Daniele, if you're listening, would love.
Yeah, please.
Love a Rossoneri jersey.
Number 5, Harry C. Number 8, Alex. Sounds good. Sounds good.
But just looking across the talent that we have already qualified for the World Finals, of course, that is what these two are essentially 2 games away from. Anton Tienes, representing Arsenal. Of course, he was our first World Finalist. Juninho for FC Barcelona. We saw at Old Trafford, Gu Games secure his place at the World Finals. And then Tom Kata for FC Bayern München, the 23-year-old Thai national.
Here we go.
That is the company you are trying to join. And first things first, you have to win this game. Whether or not you're Mendonça, whether or not you're Pasha, it is a must-win scenario. Here we go.
Especially looking at the goal differences, Mendonça needs to win 100% to go through the grand final, because in case of a draw, will be Pasha going to the grand final. So let's see. The pressure is over these 2 fantastic players that needs to find now those tricks, those fake shot, double touch, finesse, stunning shot to decide this match number 5. Here we go, Harry. Great attempt now. Mendonça on possession.
Now on the front foot early with that Milan home strip. He knows he needs to put the pedal to the metal here in match number 5. He has to win, as you rightly pointed out, Alex, and he's on the front foot.
It's a nice one,
now inside is
he had many
dispossessed.
options to pass or to cross. He decided to shot. But great initiative now by Mendonça. As we check on the table, less 1 goal different from Pasha, less 3 for Mendonça. That means in case of they both tie on points, will be on favor of Pasha.
Could have been a completely different story, of course, when you look back to match number 2, where we saw Pasha score first against Huda. Had a lead for a considerable amount of time. The majority of the second half he was leading, but in the end succumbed to the
nice
waiting
ball,
in that grand final. That is a nice ball indeed. Tammy Abraham, though, just a little too slow and perhaps a bit too much pace on that pass.
It is fun, you know, when we talk about eFootball Mobile, we always talk is more technically, tactically than console. And these 2 formations, the 5 centre back of Mendonça is like the best counter for the 4-4-2 of Pasha. But now, offside. But in the game before, we saw Pasha with the 4-4-2 completely being the best counter for Huda. And it was like that during the first 84 minutes. Because just those 10 minutes were the ones that he wasn't had under control, let's say. So we'll see now. Pulisic. Pasha tried to connect with Chio. Mendonça feelings way better, no, in terms of feeling with the cursor switch, and that make him be more stronger defensively. But still tie, still really even so far this game.
There's such a large disparity between the two platforms. Mobile goes so quickly. Here's João Felix near side for Mendonça, who is trying to turn the screw here, but we're approaching half-time already. That's how much the ball has stayed in play between these two and how quickly that timer will tick down.
5 minutes left in this first half. The through ball. Filippo Terraziano with a cross. Quite in a wrong position, I would say. An unusual right back that Mendonça is putting on. Surprising everyone at the stage.
Well, we're looking at the last attack of the half, are we potentially? No, the referee says that's enough. A first half ends goalless
no
between
action
these
seen
two.
so
Not
far.
a single shot, as you said, registered between the two. The ball stayed in play for the majority, but I wonder if Pasha will know.
Look at that. Putting offensive to Theo Hernandez. That will means he will join the attack every single time that Mendonça regains the ball. And counter target for Rafael Leao to not to go to defend. Well, I was wrong. Same formation for Mendonça, 4-2-2-2. We haven't seen sorry for that before, but interesting, no? Mirror formation. Mendonça switching from game 1 to game 2. He's doing okay, but time is running, Harry, and he needs to score.
It's been a couple of hours since he last faced off in group play. And I think the 5 at the back didn't work very well for him, that he's decided to go for 4 at the back, or maybe he is just
it's the
trying
best
to
one when you're
mirror
leading,
his
but when you're
opponent.
not,
Very difficult indeed to call. Here comes the second half. As it stands, Pasha will be a grand finalist later on, unless Mendonça, who is in the home strip, in possession now, can get himself a goal.
Wrong timing, so much power. That pass from Kai Walker. Now is when Nurse has to appear, unsure appear. And either other sides. On favor of Pasha or against him, the same for Mendonça, no? Who could be more nervous, Harry? The one who is about to get eliminated or the one who is about to get qualified? But just one goal can change drastically everything at the stands.
It looked nicely there for Mendonça, but he's given the ball away, and Pasha is giving chase to this with Leao, but Magnan is there for Mendonça.
As we see down the map on the right-hand side, red line for Mendonça. More offensive goal, half of the pitch, trying to force different scenario situation. But look at that, the response.
Real chance here for Pasha to go into a lead. And he does. It is Rafael Leao who puts the 14-year-old into the driving seat here. We're going to need to see 2 goals from Mendonça to try and salvage this one.
And exactly.
Wow, Alex, what a game we have here now, following that goal.
It's completely a normal scenario that many thousand of users has feeling in eFootball. Now when you are playing, you increase your attack level to red just to try something else, to put some extra pressure. And the consequence is you concede a goal. No, you go higher up the pitch and you don't focus that much on the defense. Well done, Pasha, great goal, because that completely reduce the chances for the Brazilian, who need to score 2 goals in 30 minutes to go through the grand final.
Well, he's in.
It's because you're going all over the pitch, 4-2-4, he needs to score 2 goals.
Of course.
There's no room to be more defensive. So
It's last chance saloon for him. Not underestimating anyone here. He said there is no weak rival in this group stages, but he also said there's no age too old to go to the World Finals. He wants to prove that here. He's already
he did a final before.
To a finals, as you said, losing just 1-0 at the Bayern finals a couple of weeks ago.
Now Pasha goes defensive with that 5-2-1-2. He needs to secure the victory to save the score. And all the opposite for Mendonça, that is putting offensive over the semi-F, offensive in the advanced tactics instruction, to Loftus-Cheek. So basically no one will keep at the back for defend, and he go over it. We'll see.
Well, I think we'll see Mendonça really go for this, because although it is a 1-goal advantage on the day, it is essentially a 2-goal cushion for Pasha. Because even a goal, an equaliser from Mendonça, it would not be enough.
No.
He would need to score 2.
But that is something, in terms of feeling, in terms of confidence, to put some extra pressure to your opponent is really necessary at this point.
It is indeed. That could be a door opening, a door of opportunity for Mendonça. Winning the ball back in midfield, but Pasha just launches it long. Rafael Leao near side here for Mendonça. Can't quite get it past Fofana. And, well, the young Ukrainian is in the driver's seat here, has possession near side, but again gives the ball away.
Oh, the mistake
That's
now.
a big mistake.
Pasha, the pass in. Not that accurate to connect with Luka Jovic. Time is running, 10 minutes left. And the young man from Ukraine is that close, is really close to get through the grand final and face RRQ Huda, the man from Indonesia, in the grand final for a spot representing AC Milan into the grand finals, in the world finals, sorry.
Just nothing going Mendonça's way, and Pasha, it's one-way traffic, it's right there! Oh, it's over the bar!
How close was that?
We'll see it again here.
Rangers.
Wow, didn't quite get a clean enough connection. But time has well and truly ticked down. And with Pasha in possession, I think this one is going to be but a formality. Mendonça has fought and fought. But I think in the end, Alex, this one is just going to be too far out of reach for him.
This one could decorate the score, but could not be enough. Pavlovic, the clear, and the victory of Pasha. 1-0 over Mendonça, and the Ukrainian get it through the grand final of the AC Milan Club Event Finals. And what that means, that having 14 years old is like indicator to go through the grand final, Harry. We saw it
seems
this year.
That way, doesn't it?
It is crazy how at that age you can play as good as they did, how they do. In the case of Pasha, GG, mate. Good job. And look at the stats. At the end of the day, Mendonça needs something else, something extra, but no action on his side, no shot on target. And yes, the one who did was Pasha, putting it at the end of the net. Great victory. 3 points in the crucial moment, Harry.
A massive, massive 3 points. And what more can you say from Pasha, who really knew exactly what he needed to do, but didn't settle just for a draw. A draw would have been good enough. He did not settle. He decided, I'm going to go for this
and
3 points and really go through. And thanks to this goal from Rafa Leao.
It looks like he was going to make a pass back, and then the through ball to Leao was perfect, the right choice. And at the end of the day, we always say between the players, trying new formation during the competition is not the best solution so far. We saw Mendonça trying different things, but at the end of the day, there's no room to test things during the competition. And yeah, solid version of Pasha, Harry, that is putting him in the final. So for that rematch versus Huda, that was really fun to watch. If you remember, people at home, with that weight of Huda to turn up the score in the last 5 minutes. But now, different story, grand final. But that will happen in a time, not 20 minutes, half an hour. So
not much time to prepare.
Not that much,
for
not that much. No.
Semra, we have a rematch of what was the closest game of the mobile group stages between Huda and Pasha in the grand final later on. It's going to be a really good watch.
Pasha keeping it marginal between the loss earlier and the win now, so it's nice to see, because you think that going into this grand final, he's going to keep it very close, whether it falls on his side or whether it falls on the side of Huda. At least you think it's going to be a pretty evenly poised grand final, which is something that we all love to see, because we are talking about the best of the best. And just to kind of preview that one very quickly, actually, you know what, let's come back to that, because let's look ahead to what else is still yet to come, at least for the console group, because mobile is now done and dusted. As we've already said, it's going to be Huda and the young 14-year-old from Ukraine who are going through. Mendonça will be packing his bags, heading back to Brazil. But it's Al-Hacker and Etorito up next. They'll be taking...
Wow.
I know, right? It kind of says it all, really, doesn't it? 4 points on the board apiece, followed by Kazuya and Henriquinho. So...
But it's not decided. It's not decided.
It's not decided, no.
The loser between those two could be also out of the competition depending on the last match day. So we'll see. We'll see. No, it's really interesting. No, always when this kind of scenario, group stage, making some match and what you need, what you don't to go through or not. We'll be keeping an update everyone at home how goes that side match for the last round, Harry. Because, you know, he's getting spicy, everything, you know.
And by the way, this is actually not a live table, we should say, because Henriquinho is actually playing at the moment and is currently winning his fixture. So that means, doing some quick maths, that he would have 4 points. Wow. Obviously, it will depend on goal difference, where exactly he sits. But that means we have a three-way tie at the top.
What is very interesting is, of course, Al-Hacker and Etorito about to butt heads, but I think a draw would be enough to see them through. I hope they don't hear me say that, because we want to see them give us a precursor to the grand final, potentially, that could be. I want to see them both go for the jugular. I don't think they're the type of competitor to allow any concessions either side. Oh, we both need a point, that's fine, you can have a point. I don't think that's the type of competitors.
Basically, I know that these two very well. I don't see them having any other room that beat each other in the last match. I think that scenario that Henriquinho wins the last match will affect especially Torito. If Torito loses the last match against Saif, in terms of face-to-face matches, will put him over the lead. In terms of goal difference with Henriquinho, it seems who goes through. But we will update all of you guys at home. Let's enjoy the last match, because it seems to be one of the best matches to enjoy worldwide in eFootball. And why not? Take some drinks and enjoy, with some drama, goals, action that could really, make us so happy.
It certainly is a match that would be very worthy of being a final. So it is quite nice that we do have it in a way at this stage, because it is a real treat of what potentially could actually be the grand final, as you guys said. I mean, both of them still have the opportunity to go through. These are just some live images of what's actually going on in that other fixture right now. I don't have the exact details as to what minute it is in the game, but I think we're trying to get a closer look there to see. You can see it's 4-1. So I would say that one is pretty much done and dusted for Henriquinho then.
And Henriquinho that will need a lot.
You look shocked, by the way.
Yeah, especially, Kazuya was doing a great job so far in the competition. So that score will force, a victory of Saif could make Henriquinho go through the grand final, but we will need to confirm this later on. We still to have one play to be played. It's so cool to see that view from the training zone where the players are playing the side game, Kazuya on camera, which is, he has to be really proud of the performance so far he made during this competition. It isn't easy to face such a big players that he has on the group stage. And, he's always here to be decided in the last match, and it's just pretty interesting.
It is very interesting indeed, because I'm trying to work out how this could actually play out then, because Henriquinho would now have 4 points. Goal difference could maybe make him second in the table. But then obviously that means that either Etorito or
considering
would have to win in order for him to actually have a chance.
Considering Saif has beaten Riquinho, in that case, obviously, he lost the tie with Saif, but he drew with Etorito. That opened the door to him to go through via goal difference.
Well, there's still too many permutations to work out, I guess, at this
too
point.
many,
But nonetheless, I mean, we are spoiled for toys, aren't we? And we're very fortunate that we have such a highly contested day in the group stage whenever it comes to console. So, I mean, I think we're very much looking forward to what is about to take place here in Milano. Two heavy hitters, two big names in the world of eFootball. And in fact, we are ready to go then. So let's not wait any longer. We can put our hands together for what is certainly going to be one of the best matches of the day. It's going to be Al Hacker against Etorito.
Well, for the final time in the console group stages here at the AC Milan Club Event Finals in the eFootball Championship 2025, we see Etorito and Al Hacker take the stage to round up proceedings here in group play. Everything still to be decided in this group. And I'm almost disappointed that Semra, for the first time ever, Alex, did not ask us which match we were most looking forward to. I think we both would have been unanimous. It was this one. And the fact that we still have everything to play for means that we could see cinema, box office, every adjective under the sun unfold in front of us between these two true greats of the game.
No, definitely. No, the rules are clear. No one of these two, either Saif or Etorito, can lose this last match. No. You know, that pressure is real because at the end of the day, you want to go through, secure your spot into the grand final, and that is winning this last match. They know each other, they know how good the other is, and there will be a battle to see who is the one putting more intensity, more accuracy on their passes, action, and the one normally conceding less mistake will be the one winning. So we'll see. That's the expectation, but the reality is all differs, no? From that on paper rule that we can set. Somehow that will be a so fun game to watch. The best from the best. The Jordan Saif Al Hacker and the Italian 3 times world champion Etorito Giannucci.
One of the eFootball greatest of all time players. Ettore Giannucci, 27 years of age, up against Saif Al Hacker, a man that wants to join him in that same sentence, in the same breath of Etorito. His gameplay definitely speaks to that. His accolades are quickly joining the ranks of Etorito as well. So this one will be, well, it'll be
possession versus possession. Wow,
it'll be crazy. We will be analysing every tiny little detail of this one, and I personally feel very grateful that we have the front row seats.
Let's see who wants the most to be at the grand final and to leave the trophy.
You have to think as well, Alex. It's not just a case of finishing the group off strongly. You have a chance to potentially be knocking your opponent out of contention of the final later. 100%. So here we go. Saif Al Hacker in the home Milan strip up against Etorito 97 in the all grey, attacking this left-hand goal to start our match number 6.
I will expect to see a lot of pressure, try to force a mistake on their opponents. And let's see how they connect kind of set pieces as this one. Etorito playing on short. Oh, failing the pass. Oh, the rebound is his favour.
Felix, but sometimes destiny is just in your favour. And Rafael Leao strikes first here for Etorito. Just 4 minutes gone. And it's lucky, it's unlucky, whatever you want to say. It was just destined to find João Felix there.
Yeah, especially after that rebound, Saif hasn't enough time or resources to defend the action. Well performed by Ettore, and that thing happens. Without that much time played, it's Etorito leading. And now, as we saw on game two, Saif need to turn over the score. We'll see. Yeah, he can't believe it, obviously. Here we go.
Cannot believe it. 5 minutes gone. And it is Etorito 1, Al-Haka 0.
Look at that clear, almost going to Tammy Abraham with the header.
Well,
Mike Maignan.
He came a long way, didn't he? And this pressure from Etorito is absolutely ruthless. Loftus-Cheek, no red shirt around him just yet. Double touch, out of play.
No room to go over there. Great defense by Saif Al-Haker.
I'm just hearing from around the grounds, Henriquinho has won his match against Kazuya. So that puts all of the pressure on one of these two. Depending on goal difference, depending on head-to-heads, it depends on a lot of things. That's how close things are here at the AC Milan Club Finals. We promise you drama.
Now this game will be really open with action on both sides. This isn't decided yet, 100%.
First chance to see Al-Haka moving the ball forward. Nice footwork there. He said in the interview when his dribbling is going for him, Alex,
that
he
control
definitely feels a lot more comfortable.
The knock-on. We haven't seen knock-on perform already. It is so difficult because it takes some time. And a nice pressure by the defender. Cool. Regained that ball easily. But now we saw the long ball. Kyle Walker with the header sending the ball to Mike Maignan quickly going forward, looking for Tammy Abraham.
Etorito not happy with just the 1-goal lead. He never is.
Look at Malik Thiaw is so strong it is. Beating so easy. Loftus-Cheek. The ones who are familiar playing with AC Milan knows that Loftus-Cheek with that huge body power is so difficult to beat him physically.
20 minutes gone in match number 6.
Nice combination. Advantage for now for Saif inside the box.
It's Ruben Loftus-Cheek here, near side, beats the first man, wants to try and beat the second.
Nice
Chukwueze cannot get there before the defender clears.
It's getting better. Saif Al-Haker now into the match. When we saw the final score, Henriquinho won 5-2 over Kazuya.
Goal difference now. +3 to Henriquinho's tally.
Right.
I'll put the pressure on these two. Leao over the top towards Abraham. No funny business at the back. Straight into the hands of Mike Maignan.
Oh, great recovery by Ettore.
The pressure.
Looking to Rafael Leao. Skywalker in a fashionable way to clear the ball and send the counter. But you need to win the header, and it seems to be a really difficult task for the striker here against such a big defenders, Malik Thiaw, Tomori, etc.
15 minutes until half-time. And it's an interesting part of the game that a lot of people maybe overlook. It is having that big man up front. Tammy Abraham seems to be the noted target man, if you will, to win that long ball. Leao, I think, was offside. Etorito rightly bringing him back onto the right side of the defence. That's a big mistake, though, from Al-Haka. That invites Etorito forward. Look at Leao. He's broken past his man. Tries to go inside. That's
by Saif.
Positioning pays dividends. Potentially still alive as Loftus-Cheek gets his feet on the ball. Looking for a long ball. Back to him now.
No
it's
way.
off the frame. Leao can't get it in either.
Now the lucky goes to Saif Al-Haker that has survived to that great attempt on target by Etorito. And now goes quickly with the counter.
They are playing at a frenetic pace. No time to breathe following those two good chances for Etorito. Al-Haka looking to bring it forward.
Nice double touch.
Really nice indeed. Loftus-Cheek travels with the ball, but has
he
to worry
regained
for
the ball.
company,
No,
but I think the referee's seen a foul.
he was trying to be picky with that shoulder charge, but was too much, according to the referee, awarding with a fault. Kicked by Mañan, looking for Tammy Abraham, but seems to be again and again so impossible to win those headers. Rafael Leao. Now the chance by Saif Al-Hage, would love to turn around, looking for a teammate to go through. Look at those two lines that Etorito is putting in right now with the blue bar. The pass in is Leao!
Pushed around the frame of the goal.
Great save.
Really good save and
great chance so far.
Impressive
Nice
chance,
try.
yeah.
Nice try.
Nice awareness with.
That matchup, it was in favor of Tammy Abraham with walking in a wrong position.
Being able to head that ball down.
He dragged defenders out of the position so well.
Maybe would have gone for goal there with the Englishman, but to knock it back for the more favourable chance, that's the type of maturity and high-level play you're seeing between these two.
Playing short.
Blinders here for Al-Haka as Abraham has a queue of players waiting for it. That's good vision into Leao. Oh, can't get it past anyone. And again.
What a critical opportunity for Saif. He caught 2-3 times to score. One first block, that pass back, another block, and then for third time. Mañan.
Any other day, that's 3 goals.
Really? Yeah, it is. Another corner kick for Saif. Now Etorito having a hard time not to consider a goal in this moment of the game.
Corner at the end of the first half. Oh, Abraham has tried to latch onto it. This one could go anywhere.
And seems to be that he will survive to that moment.
Oh.
And we will get to the dressing room with the score and the lead of Etorito just by 1 goal. And what it is, a sensational match with action on both sides. Etorito, that was really scored to score the second one. And then the last 5 minutes were completely for Saif. That was really, really close to get equalizer. Joao Felix now gets in. And Santiago Jimenez, I guess, if I'm not wrong, for Saif. They're usually doing those substitutions at the halftime. 45 minutes left. Harry, on you.
Saw 7 shots in that first half between these two greats. So you almost get the feeling that Etorito is riding his luck a little bit based on how the goal went for him and also how his defence has put in a real heroic shift to keep Al-Haka out, and they've swapped sides now, so Al-Haka still in the AC Milan home strip, will now be attacking from right to left, and this is Etorito on the warpath, and Abraham wins the header in front of Mañan and scores. It puts Etorito up 2-0. There's no luck about this, Alex. This is pure skill.
No, definitely, it's pure skill and in a perfect timing, no? When Saif was having the best feeling so far with the game, with the gameplay, that pass for Loftus-Cheek is simply sensational. That timing in the middle of the defender and the goalie to clinch that wonderful header, 2-0. And it's a massive shot now for Saif, who was trying so hard to get closer, but well, it's not over. It's not over so far.
It's not indeed. One thing is for sure, as it stands, Etorito would be punching his ticket into the Console Grand Final. As for Al-Haka, we would have to wait and see what our competition operators here say. Of course, there's all kinds of permutations, goal difference, head-to-head. It's not for us to say. We have to wait and see exactly.
Yeah, and Saif needs to score a goal to get closer, to put some pressure on Etorito, and now
that's right.
We'll try to minimize the mistakes building up from back. That's why we are seeing most usually more clear than normally. That will put some extra pressure on Saif that now need to be super accurate on his build-up play.
Well, let's see if that accuracy is going to play into his advantage. He's very inaccurate with that one. We heard a groan from the stage. Really not happy, the Jordanian, how he's putting passes together at this moment in time. We've crossed the 1 hour mark.
No fault
here in match number 6.
I thought yes, that was pretty close to be a goal with a fault with the referee. Oh, great prediction.
That's a mistake. As Liao now inside, look at that footwork. He has so much time and space, and is dribbling maybe a little bit too much. Allowed the recovery.
Yeah, it took so much time. Those extra, maybe the second double touch was too much. Great job by Malik Tio, by Saif, that now is trying to be more direct, but seems to be not the best scenario so far to go through the Etorito defenders.
Still turning the screw here is Etorito, as Liao is there with the header back towards Felix. Who can he find in the middle? Drag back to Liao! Off the defender. Al-Hacker on the ropes.
That finesse dribbling is so OP in eFootball right now.
Especially when you put it in the hands of the 3-time world champion.
Finally leave the pressure. Saif now connecting with the Joao Felix, the pass through. Santiago Jimenez, the cancel. Great save.
First real chance I think we've seen from Al-Hacker here in the second half at the very least. And look how much time has ticked down in the second half. We're 15 minutes away.
I was asking for substitution inside me. Was like, when the substitution will happen? Finally, with 17 minutes left. 2 extra substitution, Pulisic and Musa for Saif Al-Hacker, which now will try to go through, hype up the pitch, accumulating more players instantly, opening the positioning of Rafael Leao, SS for Christian Pulisic. So that will become to be a 4-2-4 tactic for Saif Al-Hacker. And let's see if Etorito can save the score. 2 goals up, but in front, a really great version of Saif Al-Hacker.
He will have to show his very best here, because Etorito has been at his. 2-0 is the lead, and it would be enough to see the Italian into the final, and he wants to make it 3.
Oh, the mistake.
Oh, Pulisic into Jimenez! It is 3! Right on cue, Etorito is into the grand final. What can you say, Alex? What can you say?
Well, it's a common situation and this kind of intense matches. No, Saif wanted to go hype up the pitch too quickly, not concerned about the pressure of Etorito. Christian Pulisic regaining that ball in that position, leave a completely open scenario to Santiago Jimenez to score the 3rd one and to say GG. Not happy definitely Saif about the situation, but let's see if finally stands still on his favor and maybe he goes through the grand final as well. That could be a rematch with Etorito later on.
We're just hearing so many groans from Al-Hacker on the stage. He cannot seem to piece anything together. A lot of mistakes coming from his side, either forced or unforced. Whether they're in his hands, out of his hands, we're not too sure. Would love a penny for his thoughts at this moment in time, but the situation remains as is. Etorito 3, Al-Hacker 0. And, well, Etorito wants to put on a show here. Jimenez tries a bit of a drag back pass, I think that was, but in the end is dispossessed. Time for Saif Al-Hacker, now in possession. There has just been so much pressing from Ettore here in this game. Al-Hacker has not had a single chance to breathe. Liao again is being harried and hurried by Kyle Walker. He'll come at him again here, and this time successful on the tackle. 90th minute now. If there's a goal in it for Al Hacker, it has to come in stoppage time. I mean, there's the second of 2 minutes ticked along. Fofana into Jimenez. He can't get a touch on the ball, and the referee says that's enough. And I'm hearing and seeing the response by Henriquinho. I think he's done enough. I think Henriquinho has done enough to make the great escape possible.
I can't believe it.
I think with that result, Al Hacker is out.
Damn, there's some massive shot. If that confirmed later on. By the way, it was a really nice call by Torito. It was the typical match that I have suffered against him too many times in practice. Like, he didn't show up that much. He scored you at the very beginning. He scored you right after the halftime. And then it's not possible to face that situation. So far, it was a really good performance so far for Saif. Unlucky at the end with that especially situation with the first goal. Then he wasn't able to materialize his chances. Look at this one for the Torito that I was 90% has to be scored. He didn't. It was maybe a back-to-back, for that lucky situation at the beginning of the match. And then these 3 minutes was crazy for Saif. How many action, Harry?
And then following, of course, the corner, we saw, I think I said on the commentary, any other day, this could have been 3 different goals. None of them enough to see Al Hacker open his account in this match. So we enter the second half, still a relatively close game, but Etorito surges into a lead thanks to that front post header by Tammy Abraham. That gives the man on your screen a nice 2-goal cushion, and I think that response, that reaction we just saw from Al Hacker kind of told the tale of his match there against Etorito. It was frustrating. It was at times so unlucky. Another great chance here, saved by Manyan. More frustration from Al Hacker, and this one in the end was the dagger. Couldn't get the ball out quick enough. Jimenez, despite 2 men pressuring him, slides the left-footed strike home and sends Al Hacker home as well, I believe. Etorito 3, Al Hacker 0. Semra, what have we just seen? That might be one of the most shocking games I think I've seen in eFootball professional history.
Of what actually that result could mean, as we were discussing the possibility of Henriquinho maybe still keeping his name in the ring for contention as a possible opponent in the grand final, and we're still working it out. But I think, as you were talking about and discussing, it very well could be the case that Al Hacker, unfortunately, is now going to be eliminated from the day's events following that defeat. Nice and tidy for Etorito, however, 3 more points on the board. That's 7 for him in total, of course, as he now cruises his way into the grand final as one of the representatives for the console platform. And job done then. I mean, we obviously had been hoping for quite some time to see the resurgence of someone who has been such a prominent figure throughout so many years and what he has meant for eFootball. Well, Alex had hoped and said to him that potentially they'd be speaking together once more in the mix zone. Well, that wish did come true for you, Alex. I'd love to get the thoughts of the Italian Grandmaster.
Thank you, Sembra. It wasn't an ideal situation for you, Ettore. It was practically a semi-final versus Saif, no? The one losing was going to be kicked out for the competition. Saif was playing really good every single competition this year, as well this tournament. But you, from the beginning, was able to put your pace, your combination way better than on game 1 as the stage. How was that feels? How was that third game?
The third game, of course, was really hard. I know, and even him, that only a draw can save us. but of course we play. This is esports, and this is the good and bad things of even sport in general. The game, I was lucky to score the first goal, and after I knew that just a draw would help me. He got nervous and tried to attack very fast, and I stayed calm. I scored the second goal. I get even comfortable with the game and with the speed. So yeah, I'm happy, and now let's see in the final.
Now let's see in the final, if my maths are not wrong, 6 years since we haven't seen you at the World Finals, mostly because the eFootball Pro competition. That could be, you are one game ahead to be at your 9th time World Finals. You're the participant with more participation at the history. How it is for you, 15 years later from your first appearances, to be that close again to be at the World Finals?
Yeah, of course, it's a great achievement. I mean, I wish, and there is a funny thing that you know, that each 7 years I become world champion. So let's pray. And yeah, I will just try to do my best. It's just one game. You know, I know him. We even draw before the first match, so it will be really hard. And it's 50-50. Everyone can beat everyone. So yeah, let's see.
Yeah, definitely. We will really looking forward that final, Torito Enriquinho, for a spot into in the World Finals later on this summer in Japan. Sembra, Henry, what are your odds for that Grand Final?
Well, based on what Torito was just saying there, it sounds like destiny could well be on his side and the stars could very well align for him then if every 7 years he manages to become world champion. I mean, that certainly would be a thing to see if that manifestation did eventually come to be. Well, here's a quick look at the overall standings then after the 6 first matches of the day of the group stage. For Consol, you have Torito in pole position, who goes through with 7 points. Enriquinho will follow the same points as Al-Hacker, but a better goal difference. You can see that he had 7 goals there to the good. Obviously, in positive numbers, that is, of course, Al-Hacker having a -1 goal difference. And then when it comes to mobile, well, we already knew what was going to happen there. Earlier in the day, we saw that Huda will be taking on Pasha, the young 14-year-old from Ukraine, looking to make a name for himself and really sort of setting the stage alight in a way, if you will. I mean, yes, they've been very low-scoring results in those matches that he's been involved in, but he's really held his own and potentially could do one better here now that he already knows what to expect against Huda.
Yeah, sometimes that's all it is at this type of competition, especially when it's a 3-person group. All you have to do is, I'm going to borrow your phrase earlier, keep it tidy. Wait till you get to that grand final. You have to be in it to win it. And now he kept it tidy, was able to do what he needed to do in order to make it to that match. Now he's in with, he's a stone's throw away from Tokyo, which is crazy to think about at the age of 14. I think when I was 14, I was just camping with my friends and I was just being rubbish at sports. But this guy
You were probably playing eFootball at 14.
I was, but not competitively. You know, I started back then when I was 15. You know? So even if it was early, nowadays super late. You know, where we see super talents starting even with 9, 10, 11, 12 years old. And it's an advantage, you know, from the ones who start that late, you know, in terms of experience, knowledge. But at the end of the day, it's incredible to see those players having the opportunity to travel across the world, having such a big experience playing football. And why not? Having an extra one will be in Tokyo, Japan in July. You know how good it is to be right there. So
it changes lives, it really does.
Well, let's rewind the clock a little bit to earlier in the day when these two played against one another. Remind me, I think it ended 2-1 in favour to Huda, but Pasha actually took the lead, didn't he?
That's right.
And we had to see the Indonesian come back from behind. Might we see a similar game this time, or do you think we see something a little bit different?
I think we probably see a similar attritional affair. When you look at the bracket and how close it was between them in the group stages between these two, I feel like stylistically at this level, it really is the style, especially on mobile, which is a lot more tactical, that defines the game before a ball has even been kicked. So the fact that they were so close in the group stages, I think we'll probably see a very similar thing here to come.
I see Huda as a favorite, and I think himself as well. He's seeing himself as a favorite. Maybe I said wrong, but it is like it is. What is true, like he will be starting stronger in terms of intensity. He won't save anything He will go with everything he can tactically in terms of action. And let's see, at the end it's a final, everything can happen. We saw red cards back in the days in finals in the club event previously, and some details like that could change drastically your performance. So.
All right, well, let's get to it then. The guys are ready to go. Pasha will be taking on Huda for the mobile grand final of today.
Game away, just one game of eFootball separates one of these two, and a date in Tokyo in July, Tokyo in the summer, for the opportunity, for the chance to be mobile world champion of eFootball 2025. Will it be the 14-year-old Ukrainian Pasha, our Europe and Africa representative? Or will it be the man all the way from Indonesia, representing Western Asia, undefeated to this point, RRQ Huda? Alex, it's a pleasure to be alongside you. It's been a pleasure to watch these gentlemen ply their trade all day. It comes down to this: 90 minutes, 120 minutes, or penalties. If any of those are needed to separate these two, let's find out. What can you tell me? What are your expectations here between Huda and Pasha? They clashed heads in the group stages. Just one goal separated them. 2 goals to 1 in favour of Huda on that occasion, but knockout football is very, very different.
As every final, this game that we are about to see will mark 100% the careers of these two players. Obviously, they're still young, they will have more opportunity, but to win today will be creating a statement that you can be potentially world champion later on in just 2 months ahead from now. They played each other before. They know what they can expect, but to perform now in the right moment is so difficult. And let me say, it is impossible to feel chilling, calm, relaxed at this point. I don't know the level of stress, nerves they can feel right now, but I'm 100% sure they are feeling a mix of those things right now.
Well, not only do you consider the fact that they have a chance to qualify for the World Finals, that's what everyone has been playing all the way since back in November of 2024, back in round 1. But it's the chance to qualify for the World Finals and represent AC Milan, one of the biggest clubs in the world, a shirt that has so many stories attached to it, and a moment of collection for both of these men. A prayer on the side of Huda. For Pasha, it's a chance at history. Our mobile grand final of the AC Milan Club Event Finals is now underway. It is Huda against Pasha, the young Ukrainian who is in the all-grey strip. Huda starting off on the front foot here. Loftus-Cheek loses possession. And if you're just joining us, this is eFootball Mobile. These mobile games will go so quickly. That clock at the top of your screen will tick down a lot faster than the console matches that we're used to seeing. So every chance you get, you have to do your best to take them and score, especially in a grand final like this.
Pretty interesting to see the start into the game, who take the initiative, who take the first couple of action into the match. And now we see Pasha in possession with a stunning cross looking for Chukwueze. But it went to the hands of Mañana. Quickly go over, looking for some fast attack. Abraham, Rafael Leao. The fullbacks joining the attack so smoothly for the 5 center-back formation of Huda. The man from Indonesia. And I'm sure he's having thousands of supporters right now, thousands of Garuda right now on the chat, rooting for his countrymate.
Yeah, the Garuda Warriors would love to have a second world finalist. Of course, Romy.
The first one mobile,
back at Old Trafford representing Manchester United, but you're right, the first mobile representative for Indonesia. This would be in, well, he's coming forward here with Leao! Huda strikes first! It is Rafael Leao who tucks home that finish and opens the scoring in the mobile grand final. Advantage to Huda.
No surprises at all, Harry. Indonesia leading again at the club event finals. How many good players they put on the worldwide scene of eFootball, and one of them for sure is Huda, that now is taking the lead and is putting some pressure over the Kenyan player. The net needs to be reacting right now before it's late.
Oh, here's the immediate reaction. Pulisic into the box, causing some chaos there for Huda to try and contend with. Pasha unfazed, seemingly, by the opening goal. 15 minutes until half-time.
So that is interesting to see now this chance. The momentum is in favor of Huda. Theo Hernandez with a stunning cross blocked by Kyle Walker. Oh, the mistake. The fake shot, the run timing is impressive, because I have the feeling that Huda saved his formation against Pasha in the last match of the group stage. I think his coach has something to say about that action. We'll see. Still a lot of time to be played. Just one goal up is not enough most of the times.
Definitely not. We saw that in the group stages between these two. Christian Pulisic is in the box.
Whoa, what a block!
That is a great trailing leg block there.
I thought it was going to be in. Critical block. Huda having a hard time now to defend the pressure from Pasha.
Pasha coming forward. Chukwueze into Tammy Abraham. Strike still
Pavlovic.
But cleared up the pitch. Kyle Walker tries to put it back in the mix.
Oh, it's a
down
nice
to
one.
Abraham has Leao
Oh, Tio.
almost running onto it. Still alive here for Pasha.
Still alive, but no time.
Manyan up the pitch, and that will signal the end, a crazy end.
But great moment so far for Pasha to get closer, to get having some nice attempts to put some pressure to Huda. No, that was really comfy in the start of the game. Just one goal down, still possible. Huda also say like, whew, that was close. He's aware of that. We'll see. 45 minutes remaining, Harry. In football mobile, it's not that much. Substitution on.
Just taking a moment of contemplation there, a sip of water from Huda, and for Pasha, it is 45 minutes in which you need a goal just to force extra time. Otherwise, we will be sending Huda
look at the
to
spot.
represent AC Milan at the World Finals. Manyan will come and head this one up the pitch. Get that one up the park as soon as you can.
Now Huda trying to play it really safe, and that could affect. Yes!
It's two! The Garuda Warriors back home, no doubt, are going crazy for that one. That is second club event finals in the 2025 season. Huda is in a grand final and he leads. He leads 2-0.
And the perfect timing, right after the halftime. We said in previous games when Pasha was pushing a little bit more than usually before it left many blanks behind to defend, and well approached by RQ Huda, which is getting closer to his dream. But now, the reaction, Rafa Leao inside the box, the finesse!
Could have gone
deflected
anywhere.
and almost in. It's not over for Pasha, when the young Ukrainian now have the corner key in his favor to get closer in the score.
In swinging from Pulisic towards the Englishman, Tammy Abraham. Chukwueze with an improvised finish will get a deflection his way, I think. But you're right, you can't celebrate too early.
No, you don't.
All that at your peril at this level.
Because many times playing eFootball, you are leading 2 goals up, and sometimes it's the worst scenario if you concede an early goal. Because then momentum and, your opponent gets the motivation to make it possible.
Ooh.
The secondary chance, Leao, Tammy Abraham inside the box, but the control is quite heavy.
Pulisic was waiting there, just goal hanging, was onside, but the ball couldn't find him.
Regaining some time with that strong clear. Wow. Huda play on blue line to be more conservative. The opposite for Pasha, going offensive.
Just half an hour separating Indonesia from their first mobile grand finalist, world finalist, here in 2025. And it would be at the AC Milan Club event.
Maybe now Pasha trying to build up his play too quickly, and that's quite negative sometimes. Look at that header.
Mobile, that can be really fatal.
Could be the chance.
Oh, that's really nice combo players. Loftus-Cheek, will he get enough room here? Will he stick around long enough? He will. He'll find Reinders. Back to Fofana. And this is very mature, just taking that extra second.
The pass and
Loftus-Cheek makes it 3!
Indonesia strikes again. RQ Huda. Massive moment for this young guy. Regaining that ball, with that rebound in his favor. His Loftus-Cheek will catch it and put it at the end of the net. 3-0. And this young player who dreamed of being at the World Finals, that dream is not done, but he's getting closer.
And there's nothing you can do to prevent that. That was all Huda just being very tenacious and sticking in there with Loftus-Cheek. There's no way you just are able to clear the ball up the pitch quick enough if you're Pasha. 3-0 in a mobile grand final. It's not often we see that.
Substitution for Milan. Number 19,
this has been an impressive performance,
Number 10,
as it has been all day long from RQ Huda. And he is mere minutes from the World Finals.
And when you are in this position, you are Huda, you are trying to force the situation to make the time run and pass, and but the reaction, no, we have the reaction. Look at Jovic. Pasha regaining a super dramatic ball inside the box. And Harry, why not? Just 2 goals up for Huda, 13 minutes left. And it's not done until it's done.
It is not done until it's done. Cuts the lead down to just 2. We've got about 12 or 13 in-game minutes on the clock, plus stoppage time, of course. There's been a few goals in this second half, so let's call it 17 or so in-game minutes, if you want to be precise. For Pasha to keep his dream alive. I was just casting an eye across our mobile finals throughout all our club events. All of them, every single one, has just had a 1-goal margin separating the 2 finalists. This would be the outlier if Huda holds on. 10 minutes until time. But he's given the ball away. And Pasha, he couldn't, could he? Fofana, far side, can't get his cross in.
Still the pressure from Pasha.
Loftus-Cheek.
Somehow. That was close. Jovic in a similar situation. If he scored right now, that would be a dramatic game.
Still trying to keep the pressure on, giving Huda something to think about here.
Drama all over this grand final on mobile platform. Loftus-Cheek,
He has to score. Jimenez.
Whoa, what a block, what a save. Everything on time for Huda.
5 minutes added on. It's now or never. It's now for Jovic. It's saved by Manyan. And for Huda, that time cannot tick down fast enough. He failed earlier on in the year at the club event finals he qualified for, but it is victory. It is jubilation. It is the championship win. Huda is your AC Milan Club Event Finals mobile champion. Indonesia, stand up for RRQ Huda.
Huge congratulations, Huda. Well performed, well played. Really solid performance. Winning all the games played today. Almost a new record, on this year club event season. Huge congratulations. Another Indonesian qualified through the World Finals. And especially, I feel really happy for him. He was training for so much time ago. Playing national competition, some Southeast competition back then with EFL. And then, look at that. Playing at World Finals. It's always, a mark in your career, no? And in the other hand, Pasha, look, if you with just 14 years old, you are able to perform like that, I'm sure you have a long career ahead on you. So big applause to you, man. Great job. And we hope to see you for the times.
I have absolutely no doubt we'll be seeing Pasha again for years and years to come. 25 minutes into the grand final, Huda scored his opening goal. 25 minutes later, he scored his second. And from then on, he never, ever looked back. This one, the tenacity with Loftus-Cheek, chasing and scoring. Scoring his second goal of the mobile grand finals. Put Huda into dreamland. For Pasha, it will have to be a learning curve, a learning experience. There were chances in that final 10 minutes. Jovic able to get one back about 10 minutes from time. But it was the chances following that he needed to tuck away. He needed to score. And Huda hung on. And he hung on to be crowned the AC Milan mobile champion. Commiserations to Pasha. The 14-year-old put up one heck of a fight. But Semra, there's only one champion, and he's behind you right now. It's Huda.
It's been an amazing day for Huda, coming from such a far distance as well, but it certainly didn't put a damper on his playing skills and on his performance levels for today, because he's won every single match that has rolled out in front of him, and every single opponent he's been able to take down as well. So you couldn't have asked for a better way for things to have gone down for Huda, who of course is now not going to be representing just Indonesia at the World Finals, but AC Milan as well for the mobile platform. Really brilliant job and well done indeed. I believe Huda is with Alex, so of course we can get his thoughts as he is now the grand winner of the day.
Here we are, RRQ Huda. Huge congratulations. Mas Huda, first of all, how do you feel? What that means to you?
Rasanya pastinya sangat senang lah ya. Apalagi bisa menjuarai first time offline club event. Ya, perasaannya sangat bahagia.
I'm really happy with my first club finals champion. So yeah, I'm really happy with this.
Now you're a champion too. I know your career has been short but intense. You were expecting one day being at the World Finals?
Sorry. Gimana mau jadi World Finals? Lolos ke World Finals.
Tentunya senang, bahagia, ada campur aduk lah.
Yeah, it's a mixed
Bingung
feeling.
berkata-kata.
It's a mixed feelings for me. I'm happy. I'm nervous, but yeah, it's a mixed feelings. But I'm happy with this, Alex.
It's good to know. I know how strong is your community, the Garuda Warriors, everyone supporting you from home. Any message you wanna send to them? It's your time now.
Apa yang mau kamu sampaikan ke orang-orang yang nonton dan yang dukung kamu?
Terima kasih buat tim saya RRQ, terus tim eFootball dan komunitas Indonesia telah mensupport saya dan juga pastinya orang tua saya di rumah.
I want to say thank you to my team RRQ, to eFootball, to Indonesian community that already support me, and also I want to say thank you to my parents that support me until this stage. So yeah, I just want to say thank you to the Indonesian community and everyone.
Great, Huda. Congratulations again. Enjoy the moment and enjoy what it is. Represent at AC Milan at the World Finals later this summer in Tokyo, Japan. Sembra, Harry, we go. The first champion today. What next?
What next indeed? That is the million-dollar question, isn't it? And we will find out very shortly. But I do just want to point out what wonderful amounts of support Huda obviously has back at home and how it really helped carry him today. I mean, you guys were talking about what a strong community that is. And I imagine that being so strong, so competitive, it's what allowed him to be so prepared for today to actually come in what was his first offline event and actually go toe-to-toe and not really be fazed by the tension, by the pressure, or even by the nerves.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice region to play in, you have to say, with the likes of P14, Dennis Bernard, Philip Frank. You've got some really, really strong players over in Southeast Asia. So you're right, steel sharpens steel, iron sharpens iron, as the expressions go. So yeah, Huda would have had some great practice partners, really would have been in tip-top shape coming into this. And I think we've seen going undefeated on the day it's difficult to do at this level. Only some of the very best can do it. And Huda just proved that he is in that company.
Well, there you go. Congratulations once more to him. Looking forward to seeing how he fares on his side of the world in July for the World Finals. But let's go ahead and look at what is still to come. One more big match for you between Henriquinho and Ettorito. So let's find out who's going to be joining Huda as the representative of AC Milan at the World Finals.
Well, 15 years on since his first World Finals appearance, Ettorito takes his chair on the stage and is one game away from making it yet another World Finals appearance, his ninth World Finals. That is scary to say.
It is crazy, eh?
It is absolutely
He
crazy.
has dedicated 75% of his life to eFootball competitions.
Wow.
The career he told by himself. He was facing people 20 years older than him when he started, and now he's still being young at this scenario, at this level.
27 years of age. That is crazy. The man who stands between him and his 9th World Finals appearance is on your screen now.
And what a player.
Henriquinho. What a player. 24 years old, hailing from Brazil, our America's representative. 4-time Brazilian champion, former Barcelona player back in 2020, of course. And interestingly enough, Alex, you said this to me this morning. In 2018, the last time Etorito won the World Finals, these two met in the group stages.
Yep, exactly. And this completely brings me to that day, you know, I was there and it shocked me, you know, that though we are in 2018 or 2025, you know, but it's pretty amazing to see these two gladiators of eFootball, no? Keeping at the highest level, looking for more opportunities, looking for more chances to become what we all wanted, is to become world champion. And one of those trophies will be for the winner of this grand final on console, the Italian, the Brazilian experience, victories, achievement on both sides so far. But only one will make it to Japan representing AC Milan. Enriquinho was really close to get out of the group stage, but the same for Etorito. They all had to win the last match in the group stage. They finally made it, and now 90 minutes to the glory. It
was a true gauntlet, that console group stage. It was going down to the last fixture. Henriquinho needed somewhat of a favour from Etorito in terms of beating Saif Al-Hacker just to qualify for this console grand final. Let me tell you, there will be no favours afforded here. The last time they met was 7 years ago at a World Finals. Here at the grand final of the console tournament of the AC Milan Club Event Finals, it is Etorito taking on Henriquinho. Italy against Brazil. And here we go. The Brazilian Henriquinho starting off here in the grey strip.
Ball,
and I tell you what, that is a good ball to start off the grand final.
In the very last moment, the defender touched him to let him strike comfortably. But great. Nice first chance for Henriquinho, Tammy Abraham. Good advice, eh? Say, hey, Torre, I'm here. We'll see.
A bit of early frustration there in the reaction of Etorito, who will be playing in that red and white Milan strip. For Henriquinho, it was great to hear in our video interview with him. It's a dream to be in Italy. It was my father's dream. Is my father's dream to come to Italy, so it's nice of him to lend me that dream. He would love to return back to Brazil again, as the champion.
Great initiative, great start so far for Henriquinho, which is connecting some nice passes, putting some difficulties over Etorito right now.
Nice build-up. Nice one-touch passing to create the triangle and get around the midfield of Etorito.
At the end of the day, you need to play easy and simple, no? It's the most effective way so far. Oh. Wonderful double touch. Leao getting into the box and cross. Magnan with the hand, and now the clear of Henriquinho, and now connecting with Rafael Leao for Joao Felix. But Tomori regaining the ball for Ettore that quickly goes high up the pitch. Harry, seems to be a really fun game to watch, with two sides attacking all over the pitch as fast as they can.
We've seen that near post cross and header to Tammy Abraham be a go-to weapon for Etorito so far today. Henriquinho, though, trying to turn and fashion a chance of his own.
Leao Walker, who is faster.
Look at this.
And stronger.
Leao seemingly back inside. Nice strong challenge by Theo Hernandez. It will be a corner, nothing more.
Was really fast, Henriquinho, when he saw impossible to defend it with Kyle Walker switching quickly to, I think it was Theo Hernandez, yes, to block what could be a great goal by Etorito, that now has a corner kick that we saw in Mobile 2 and console are really nice opportunities, no? Out of the control of the defender, no? This is the situation that we, the players, look for most of the times.
So Henriquinho has a corner to defend here. Abraham is the aerial target for Etorito, knocks inside, and it's Leao! Advantage to the Italian. Ettore in front, a well-worked corner routine. And it's the first goal of the console grand final.
Definitely a masterclass of how to kick a corner kick. Basically winning that header with Tammy Abraham, the pass to Loftus-Cheek, and just the best player so far of the team, waiting for an outside the box, Rafael Leao, to make it simple and efficient. Torito leading in a final. It seems normal, but it's not done. Henriquinho needs to react. The Brazilian needs to react right now.
Of course, in the group stages, they would have played out a draw. I believe it was 1 goal apiece on that occasion. That cannot happen this time. We have extra time and penalties on hand if we need them. So far, Torito.
Oh, big mistake from Henriquinho, but big mistake again with that pass, that through ball. No one is still connecting a good passes combination, bit accurate. It's a grand final, ladies and gentlemen. Nerves are really marking the path on this final.
Oh, Magnan came a long way. Header was luckily floated quite high, and Henriquinho can cross the halfway line.
It's a completely game of two halves right now. No control at all. Torito, Tammy Abraham! Offside.
Wide and offside.
Nice try. I don't know in which side is better to have this out of control match. In the meanwhile, still just 1 goal difference, still open from both sides. A really interesting match so far, this grand final mobile. Now the mistake, somehow Tomori fell. It's a chance, 2v1. Tommy Abraham, the cross! Magnan saving Henriquinho once again.
Well, you cannot have too many more mistakes like that, Henriquinho.
Exactly.
What can you show us going forward?
Another
Abraham
response,
with a really nice through ball to João Felix, but defended by Torito.
Torito now having a hard time to clear that ball. And that will be the response. João Felix, Henriquinho rushing that match. Easy to the defender.
Almost snatched a yard or two away there, did João Felix, but
I have the feeling that anything can happen in any action.
They're about 10 minutes or so from half-time. Something tells me there's more goals to come in this console grand final.
Henriquinho is expecting a pass in, by Torito still running.
That is a good prediction, cutting off that passing lane, but also that double touch inside lane. But again,
no one can accurate 2-3 passes in a row.
Cannot get a hold of the ball, neither of our console finalists here.
Finally, Rangers getting the possession, looking for Rafael Leao, and start the attack of the Torito. Tammy Abraham inside the ball, the backspin pass. Easy for Mike Magnan, another attempt on target for the Torito. And Henriquinho that are having the most difficulties now into the match, but still in a decent situation. We'll see if he can create a good chance now.
Tackle by Torito. Can't push the advantage he gained from it, though.
This could be a nice one for Henriquinho.
That's very nice indeed. Loftus-Cheek inside the box.
At a great block.
Bafana will contest a header, but it's only to the CDM of Torito. Reinders up to João Felix.
1 minute, added on.
Last attack of the half, you'd imagine. And look at this, Rafael Leao is giving chase to this. Like a fox in the box, he's been all of today.
Oh
and
my God, the last
Abraham,
one.
has he stayed onside here?
No,
the linesman
offside.
says offside. So that will signal the end of the first half. It will be Torito 1, Henriquinho 0.
Pretty well matched to watch. We always said that. I have the feeling that even if Torito having the initiative, unless he scored the second or the third one, Henriquinho is still dangerous, really dangerous every single time he goes high up at the pitch. We'll see. Henriquinho need to react and get the equalizer as soon as possible.
Well, they swap ends for the second half. Henriquinho will attack the right-hand side of your screen.
Offside.
Torito will go the other way.
Yeah, it is.
Rafael Leao. Too much pressure from Henriquinho there. Couldn't find. I think it was Tammy Abraham up front. Reinders now here for Etorito. Trying to twist and turn and just shake his marker, but the Englishman, Kyle Walker, was there the whole way. Look at the red shirts here, though, to try and capitalise, but that will be a corner.
With that header deflecting the pass, that could be a potential goal for Etorito. Another corner kick for Etorito. Let's see if he has something else prepared to surprise his opponent, to surprise Henriquinho.
Tammy Abraham will be the target here again, knocked inside, and it's Loftus-Cheek. Oh, you can tell he's rehearsed some of these corners.
Oh, no room for that. Almost in. Great save. Sorry, great way to block the run of Reinders. Nice attempt for Etorito in the corner kick. Keeps alive Henriquinho. He just needs to do one good chance, Harry. But still the pressure for Etorito, a really strong one.
We've yet to see Henriquinho really get going here in the second half. This could be a chance to change that
And
as
that's
well.
the
Look at
moment.
Rafael Leao. Oh, it's saved. Abraham can try and
Offside
recycle, but again offside. This was a really, really good chance for Henriquinho.
Indeed, eh? It was a one-on-one action. Another save by Mike Maignan. Henriquinho that, well, is getting a step up in to do something else.
Nice tackle.
To put Etorito over the limits.
Turn around the corner, and now Henriquinho's starting to play a bit more
30
fluid.
minutes left in the console grand final here in Milano at the AC Milan Club Event Finals.
Well, Tomori's come a long way. He's out of position. But now Henriquinho trailing in this game, trying to turn his fortunes around.
Now the action is getting 50-50 more than ever before. Time is running, nerves appearing, and no one wants to concede a big mistake.
We're in the time period of the match where we'd expect those substitutes and changes to come in. Another offside.
Don't you realize how many offside has made Henriquinho? Eh?
A lot, yeah.
4-5. It's kind of interesting, no? When now we see substitution on both sides. Pulisic for Henriquinho. As well, Pulisic, Musa. Santiago Jimenez for Etorito. Chukwueze for Henriquinho as a right winger, right forward, sorry. They have go for it in any of the sides. Is now some refreshment, some extra pace, no, for those long runs, Harry, to make the difference with the defenders quite exhausted, let's say, you know, in terms of stamina. That is really important in eFootball. Anything can happen.
It is as close as you like here between these two. Advantage belongs to Etorito, up 1-0. But Henriquinho's had his chances. Can't keep giving the ball away like that, though. As Fofana to Rafael Leao can start for Etorito to continue his search of that second goal that would surely make things nice and cosy for him.
Let's see one of these counter. Cool work for Henriquinho, no? Reinders. Is Rafael Leao the nutmeg, and that could be the chance for Henriquinho.
Great read. Oh, he got his strike away.
But somehow Leao found a way to strike the chance. And that could be a dramatic equalizer for the Brazilian. Look at the replay. The pass wasn't the best one. Thio deflected, but
around the corner.
How fast Leao was to kick that ball. Almost in. Now this time Etorito surviving to that spicy moment, no?
You won't get many more opportunities like that against Etorito.
Right.
That's why we saw the exasperation from Henriquinho. 15 minutes left.
Probably Henriquinho playing his best minutes during this final so far. We'll see if he can approach it. Etorito, who needs to save the score, survive, because the momentum is on Henriquinho.
Defensively, Etorito has been so difficult to break down today. Christian Pulisic on that far side. Look at Jimenez. Tomori's trying to hurry him and does so successfully. Approaching the final 10 in-game minutes. As it stands, Etorito would go to a ninth World Finals appearance. Maintaining possession here as well. Christian Pulisic back to Jimenez, Rafael Leao. Oof. He's tackled. Henriquinho just letting the ball run there. Etorito waiting for that eventuality. Round one, of course, all the way back at the end of November 2024. It has been a long, long road to Milan, and it's an even longer one to Tokyo, Japan. We're about 5 or so in-game minutes away from the full-time whistle if it stays like this.
4-2-4 tactic for Henriquinho that needs to be or more accurate on his build-up play or to force some difficulties, some mistake from Etorito. Just 5 minutes remain. Etorito's leading. We'll see if Henriquinho can accumulate many players to force that situation that we mentioned.
Jovic fresh on the pitch. Connects with the header, but is dispossessed. Following that, we're entering the final dregs of this competition.
Etorito playing on full blue to save his positioning of his too strong line he's putting.
Oh, that's a big mistake. And Santiago Jimenez can seal it here for Etorito. 1-on-1! Oh!
That could be the end of the final, but still on the final, still on the chances from the Brazilian. Etorito needs to keep the score if he wants to be in the World Final. 3 minutes left. 3 minutes added on.
Henriquinho is dancing with death there.
That was smart.
We're into the final.
One more, eh?
The final
you need to
minute.
win the header, and the secondary action is still on time, eh?
The final minute of 3 added on. It is a minimum of 3, so if it goes forward from here, you'd have to imagine it's probably going to be a last chance for Henriquinho. But something tells me the referee's going to blow his whistle, and it will be Etorito who wins the AC Milan club event and represent the Rossoneri at the World Finals, his 9th World Finals appearance. Congratulations, who else could it be but an Italian here in Milan to eventually later on lift the trophy. Alex, what a final we just saw between those two.
Really intense final. Those details, tactically in game, to read the game at their best, to know how to deal with the situation depends the moment. But this action, that set piece, at the end of the day, it marks the final and the victory of the Italian over the Brazilian. Even if you can mention many actions, Harry, but that free corner kick was the key. And at the end of the day, that's football, no set pieces in the training practice happens in the right moment and perform in their best way.
We saw in the second half a very similar corner routine. It's something that Etorito's definitely worked on, but for Henriquinho, it just was not his game of eFootball. 3 shots, none of them troubling the Mike Maignan defending Etorito's goal. And that about sums it up for Henriquinho here today. What a performance and what a journey he had. But in the end, it was almost like plot armor for Etorito. He had so many lives throughout, but he has looked at his sharpest and at his very best here, Semra. Etorito is AC Milan Club champion. Who else?
Who else indeed? And I do like what you said earlier about it being so fitting that an Italian would win here in Milan and represent one of the big clubs of the city, the Rossoneri, AC Milan in the World Finals. So it is quite nice that we are going to have at least one representative that actually hails from the same country as the club that the person will be representing. But nonetheless, it's also nice to see almost a second coming for Etorito, a second lease on life, if you will, in terms of his return to prominence. And it does bode well for him, Alex, as he now makes way to Japan.
And this Emra is really impressive, to be honest. It feels like yesterday when we were competing against each other, competing under the same team. And right now, this man keeps on top. The champion of AC Milan Club Finals, Ettore. Huge congratulations. 9th time at the World Finals. It feels like, a normal day to you, not to qualify to the World Finals. How do you feel right now?
Well, you counted this. I didn't know even, so no. But yeah, of course, I'm really happy. It was a hard game. I know him. We play since long time. Always opponent, and I knew that it was our final. So now I'm happy. Finally, I can try to figure out my new dream, and that's it.
The final, at the end of the day, we were talking before the competition. You have prepared any corner kick special, and you said no, only one. But honestly, that one I didn't saw that coming. It was a master corner kick. You were expecting to score like that, or just simply try and let's see?
I mean, yeah, it's exactly how you said. Like yesterday, we were in a table talking. You have some corner kick. I say, no, I don't. I mean, I just have one, but it was only with Abram head.
So you lied to me or what?
I mean, it was only one. It was for Abram, and then I just tried to make a feint with the how is the name? Cursor, game cursor switching. And then I put on the smallest one in his defense. And so I win the head. And then Loftus-Cheek did a good pass. And with the new card layout, thanks God, with the first time shot, I scored. So yeah.
I was impressed. The other day was a great final, but decided, with those set pieces that you know very well can mark a final. 15 years will make this summer since the moment that you were with your dad to Palma de Mallorca, Spain, to the World Finals 2010. How you managed to keep the motivation after 15 years of career? Well, maybe 16 if you started in 29, I could say. How do you manage to keep that motivation to face teenagers that come on top so strongly now in eFootball?
Generally, I just like the game, whatever it is. It can be Pro Evolution, it can be football. It's always I always keep this side of the football, and so yeah. I mean, it's just when you have in your blood the competition, and you like to compete and to show everyone that you can still be there, even if you lose or if you win. So I think this is the motivation. Keep training and always show that you are one of the best players.
No, definitely, you are a truly competitor, but mostly the passion that you have, that we all have to the game, it makes the differences at this level. So, Etorito, once again, congratulations. Now I invite you to the moment to leave the trophy, please, and because it's time to celebrate.
Welcome, welcome. Congratulations. A nice, lovely little handshake here between the two winners of the day, Huda and Etorito. Well, I think the time has come. You've earned the right. So on the count of three, wait. On the count of I said on the count of three. Then don't get too excited. Then you can lift your trophy in celebration, all right? Ready? Can everybody help me in counting down 3? 1, 2, 3! Woo! Bravo! Congratulations, guys. Very well done. Well, just before we go, we actually have a little bit of a surprise for the two of you. A nice message, none other than from the AC Milan players themselves.
Congrats to our new
AC Milan champions heading to Tokyo. Together, let's be champions.
Together, let's be champions indeed. Well, I wish the both of you all the luck in the world as you go to represent the Rossoneri in Japan, in Tokyo, in a couple of months' time. In the meantime, enjoy this, savor the moment, go out and celebrate and have a good time tonight. And guys, Harry, Alex, any final words that you would like to share with everyone before we say goodbye? Wait, where's your microphone? Oh, all right, I'll give you mine. Let's just pass it down.
I will say everyone here did such a fantastic job, but in the end there could only be two champions. They're both incredibly worthy, and good luck at the World Finals to you both.
Yep, just basically thank you everyone to make possible this competition. The ball keeps rolling in eFootball esports worldwide, so can't wait for more and more action, more drama, and may the best win, for sure.
Thank you very much to my two champions, always doing such a wonderful job each and every time we have a competition. So thanks to the guys and to everybody else here. Congratulations to all of you as well on making it this far. Done a brilliant job. And of course, thank you to Konami, to AC Milan, to Adrenaline, to all the wonderful people in front of camera, behind the scenes who have made this come together ever so beautifully for today. We'll see you soon. We have another competition coming up in just 2 days' time on Friday, 1 p.m. local time here in Italy. So make sure that you check up what time that is for you, depending on where you are in the world. But you don't want to miss that one. It's going to be a lot of fun indeed. Until then, take care wherever you happen to be. Have a wonderful rest of the day. We'll see you soon. Grazie a tutti. Ciao.